find out. In 3, 2, 1, go. Here we are in the town creating no weapons from the weapon shop. Saving a ton of money right off the start. Go ahead and get 3 sets of chainmail. I will need some spells. And we're going to start here with cure spells for you guys. DF for the white mage. I'll have to get some other spells later on. But my other big one, I think... Do I do fire or thunder? I'm going to go with thunder. Not you. There you go. 5 whopping gil left over. Everybody's got their bare hands. I don't know, maybe I'm allowed to start with my starter weapons. Use those for the rest of the game. Have those knives. No weapons random, I'm not using a monk, that's correct. That's what makes it challenging. If you used a monk, that'd be just like, yeah, whatever. 4 black belt party, go ahead and crush everybody. But this one's gonna be seriously hard. Hey Cozy, welcome in. Alright, I'm gonna start off just by seeing how badly we get our butts toasted by some imps outside here. I'm pretty sure we cannot take on Garland with this party. But we are gonna need a few levels before that'll work out. 1 damage, good. Okay, 2 damage by you. Excellent. I see this is already going to be really fun. Okay, so even to beat imps, we're probably going to need to do a bit of grinding here. I will have lit 1 for my red mages. Also, another fun thing, you have a very, very, very low chance of getting criticals with unarmed. So you can't even hope for a lucky critical to do a ton of damage. Hey Carlos, welcome in. That's right, no monks. That would be too easy. This is how real light warriors go barehanded. Like how Ace's damage is slowly creeping up. I hope it stays above that 5 damage mark. Probably shouldn't have done all black wizards on NES. Ah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's a good challenge. Alright, there we go. So we get 24 gold from that, which means I do need to do at least 2 battles to be able to use the yen here. Time for the Bulldozer punch out. It's going to be a lot of people punching things. A lot of people punching. Some of them are going to even be our team, as opposed to the monsters. My basic plan here is get enough levels so that I can get lit 1 basically to take me through the Garland fight, as well as enough HP to survive the fight. If you don't have enough HP through there, then it's going to be pretty tough staying alive long enough. Like the white mage can cast Cure, but I need all of the red mages MP to go and get those lit ones off. 100 bits for no card mode. Oh, you'll need to bribe me harder than that. This is good for once, but man, this is gonna be painful. Really though, once I get established, like if we can get some MP and some better spells, it'll start to take off. Like I can get to probably Peninsula of Power grind. I don't know if I want to do Peninsula of Power or if I want to do Astos by doing Fangs and Silence. I got a couple options about how that's gonna work out. Is 1 bit a better bribe? Yes, that is a better bribe. Hey, Dr. Faffy, welcome in. This craziness is an interesting challenge restriction. Originally, I was going to do it with monks. I was like, nah, that's too easy. We're going to do it with the standard party, but I didn't anticipate how difficult it would be to get these guys started. Like, I knew it would be hard, but this is looking like it's going to be real hard. Should be fun, though. Sold out with monks, yeah. That's the easy way of doing things. We do things the hard way around here, though. Ooh, 6. I think that's our new high on damage. All monks, no fists. An excellent counterpoint. I think all monks, no fists would actually be harder than what I'm doing here because you wouldn't have haste or tempers, and they do not really get very good weapons. Like, even with the Masamune, I imagine that it would take you a while to take down Chaos. Can you still do black magic attacks? Of course. But right now we don't have a ton of MP, and so I'm trying to see how much I can get without having to go and worry about that. We did not get a strong level up for either of the red mages. This might be a bad idea, but I'm going to keep these so far and just see how things go. This should be double damage with the red mages now. So they have 2 attacks per round at this point, I think. They might not with their fists. They might need more accuracy. Yep, still only 1 hit. Ooh, this could be fun. Would I recommend the Masamune for an all-black wizard team? Yes, that would definitely be a good idea. Masamune plus haste is pretty good for the chaos fight. Otherwise, black wizards, like if they're really high level, like they could just cast nuke all over the place and kill things that way, you know, sure. But otherwise, it would be really hard to kill chaos in any version of the game, even back in NES days with only 2,000 hit points. The formulas for attack are basically your strength score divided by 2 plus your weapon damage. And since we have no weapons, that means we're relying totally on our strength score, which really does not go up very fast. Let's go ahead and start dropping these spells. I think it's time to hit the end here in just a second. We're not going to have any cure spells for the white mage after this, so it'll be good to go and get our imp progress recorded. Alright, that's about... We do 20 damage per spell. I don't use any spells on the way to Garland. Could we kill him at level 2? It'd be tough. Hey, Nippleton, welcome in. Let's see how many casts that we have first. Okay, we're gonna have... Ooh, Dan did not get a strong MP level up either. So we only have 6 casts. That's 120 damage from lightning. That's probably not going to be adequate. Evidently, Dan got the world's worst level up there for level 2 on a red mage. We'll have to work on that. I don't want to do optimization on levels because that is a really big pain to go and reload until I get the correct quote-unquote level ups. But if we continue getting really bad ones, it'll be very, very dire for this party. They need HP, they need MP, they need good strength scores. Those are going to be really important things overall for the advancement here in the early game. At least until I get Lit 2 or Fire 2. At that point, ooh boy, things are going to get fun. That is level 6 though. We have a ways to go until we get there. Alright, what is our leveling progress looking like? 6 for the next level. It's a bit risky. Let's try and grab that. Just so I get my level 3 here for the intro. Hey, Rhythm Song, welcome in. Alright, that's more than enough imp experience. Just need to survive. As long as they only get 1s in, Cal should be okay. Like, we're legitimately having trouble fighting imps, but soon we'll get that level 3. And have a bigger tank of MP to work with. I think if we get another good set of levels, or at least a good set of level for Cal, and a better level for Dan, then Garland could be within sight. If not, we'll at least have much faster ways of attacking things, so I'll be able to deal with stronger monsters overall. These things are just like not very good experience per minute, regardless of what you have. If I can get over to credibly kill things in Temple of Fiends, then another level 2 will not be nearly as bad as sticking around doing this. And thanks for the good wishes there, Barney. Hey, Rena Plus, welcome in. Alright, there we go. Level 4. No, level 3. That's better. 3627. So they at least got 10s. That means we have 12 casts of spells. That's 240 damage now. I think we could do this for Garland. Man, Cal's so much better than Dan in every single statistical regard. Although everybody stunk up the joint there when it came time to go and get HP ups. You don't get 2 hits with this? Nope. The red mages get 2 hits because they have enough accuracy with their weapon. The rapier is like, I want to say 10 accuracy bonus. Alright, should we go do this? Yeah, I probably want to get a sleeping bag here. In fact, ooh, do I do... I think if I conserve my MP, then a sleeping bag's the way to go here. Dan's a bit rough at the moment. Everybody's a bit rough at the moment. That was not a good level up there at level 3. We've had better level ups. Much, much better level ups. Alright. Ones of these guys are not going to be good enough. 6, 7... Yeah, 10 damage around is inadequate. Let's go ahead and drop a lit 1 spell there. 11. 19. 23. 43. We do it with Fist from there. I'm trying to conserve MP as much as possible. It's ridiculous what degree this is going to. This probably should have done 2 lit 2s, or 2 lit 1s. If I had lit 2s, I'd be thrilled. Notice you when the white mage gets more MP or HP than the red mages. I wish the red mages were a little bit better. They definitely could use a bit of a break here. Okay, 40 for that level. So we want to go up towards Temple of Fiends to get stronger monsters. 40 is going to go a lot faster if I don't stick around and just fight imps. Okay, wolves. I guess 1 thunder will be good. Ooh, I probably didn't need the thunder. Waste of MP. Yeah, it's beating multiple wolves right there. Okay, so if you go ahead, it'll use a thunder on you. Attack, attack. Wolves evidently do not have very much physical defense, so they're pretty good. Okay, there is another 12 experience. Starting to more regularly get 2s. Good sign for the red mages. They must have ticked up enough in their strength score. So basically every 2 points of strength, which is 2 levels, I'll get 1 extra point of damage from them. Hopefully soon we'll get multiple attacks per round. Once we've got tempers, the game changes dramatically though, because I'll actually be able to buff up tremendously more. So 1 temper is the equivalent of 24 levels of strength. Just gotta get there first though. Would no flea be an interesting challenge? I basically did that for PlayStation with no memo save, because with no memo save, you really can't afford to flee unless you know that you're going to successfully get away. So a lot of times where you see me running from battles here, I would instead stick it out for the experience. That's going to be a pretty different experience overall for the style of play, but I think between PlayStation and GBA, it's not too different. Keep bringing the hurt. Wow, that did hurt a lot. Oh, how close are you to being dead? You've got to be pretty close. Do we have to count out each individual HP? We might have to. There we go. Alright, so now we are 3 from the level, so we should get the level next time. Go ahead, get you guys healed up. I guess I'll drop one on Cal as well. That's a little bit risky having him at 28 here. Cool, nice. Alright, time for a Dia. Takes a little bit of pressure off my red mages who are needed for most of the other attacks. Also, Ghoul's very good experience. For the early part of the game, these guys are wonderful. 34. Okay, so let's drop a Thunder here as well. Fire would help, but I think we'll be okay. Yes, alright. So Ace gets a level. Cal, Dan, and Bill get a level 4, and they still have not gotten a strong level up. Okay, so we are looking at... Ooh, 32. Nice. So they should have 2 attacks per round. Hoping that that is enough for the red mages right there. Let's go ahead and get a cap. We're putting that on. I guess I need to go sell the staves and the knife that you start with. Okay, let's see what you guys do damage-wise. 6, good. Nice boost. There we go, 2 damage. Big time damage now. Bill getting paralyzed is not good. There we go. Okay, 55 more for you. We're gonna go ahead and Dia. This is my last Dia, but I'm thinking that I'm unlikely to see a lot of undead once we get outside of the temple here. Alright, Ghoul again. Maybe we'll continue seeing lots of undead. You guys are good experience. I don't mind, though. 1 damage. He's a little bit better than that Ace. So you're not even doing better than Bill. Okay, 26 remaining. If I could get 1 more Ghoul, that'd be perfect. 2 zombies. I bet I could take these down with just fists. Oh yeah, definitely. They do not have any defense at all, it seems. Hey, Anger Bill, welcome in. Alright, that was a good chunk of that level. At level 5, I feel we'll definitely have plenty of MP for the Garland fight, so we'll go get that, hit the inn, and then come back here, beat this guy. At Provoca is where we get our boat, and that is huge for our 15 puzzle exploits. Okay, yeah, 10 experience, so we get that on the way back. I'm thinking we're going to need some fangs. Attack items are going to be really valuable for this stretch here. Okay, let's just we'll drop some lit ones. Why not? Not expecting to have too many more battles after this. Okay, attack. Beginning to regret not grinding out the optimal levels here, just so that we had lots of struggle ups for the start of the game. In fact, if we are close enough, I might do that here. Oh, well, level 5 is still not a guaranteed one, so this one would be worth doing. Did we get a strong level up? No. All right, we're going to reset that. We're going to get some HP on these red mages. Our 15 puzzle marathons inbounds. I mean, 15 puzzles are a perfectly legitimate part of the game. Depending on the version of the game that you're playing, they'll be different in terms of how useful they are. Like NES 15 puzzle, it's 100 gold, so nobody's going to bother doing that. But GBA and PlayStation have some really good rewards for them. Very different rewards. PlayStation is mostly about money, so that you can buy lots of stuff. GBA is about custom items, so there is a lot of cool stuff that happens as a result of having gotten those. I'll be looking for some specific ones that I know are going to be used to buff my attack power. Or not just to buff my attack power, but to directly attack things. Because I am not doing wizards like this. We're getting Lit 2, or we're getting Fangs, or other items that are going to help me with that. Alright, let's see if we get a strong level up this time. We did not. I'm going to try one more time. I don't know what's broken with my red mages. They never get HP. I've had the worst red mages for like the last entire 2 weeks we've been doing GBA. Every single time, except for once. There was one time where one of the red mages was actually decent. It was a miracle. It was not Dan, of course, but still, just having one, it was so nice. If there's anything else that I want here. So I will probably need to get Protect and Blink for some battles. It's going to be a long slog for anything that has physical as the way of dealing with it. Spell-wise, Fire One probably does not help me too much right here. So I might be good with just Lit 1 at the start. Nice, alright. So we got a little bit of gold here. That'll be useful for buying stuff when we get over to Provoca. Do I want to have potions? I think I can cure with just the white mage during the Garland fight. I don't think potions are going to help me too much. I will, though, sell the weapons that we started with. That way they don't keep popping back into my inventory when we go and equip things. So get rid of that, get rid of those. Starter close. All right. Nice. Cal got a strong level up. And 24 minutes in. Let's go try to take Garland for the first time. Only 21 minutes slower than a normal playthrough here. We got 14 casted Lit 1, which should be plenty. Just need to keep people alive with the white mage, and then the red mages can do almost all the damage. Ace will be in the front tanking, making sure that hopefully we don't take too big of a hit here before we get Garland down. That would be a nice fight, but let's skip it. Creeps are pretty good overall. Another creep. Still don't want him. There we go. Will Garland knock us down? We're about to find out. So fight. Thunder, thunder, fight. This is where I might think about getting the protect spell, for example, to keep the white mage a little bit safer. But with Garland only being a single attacker, I think it'll work out fine. Two hits with the fighter, nice. So he must have ticked over to 32 accuracy. That's right, there are no black belts. Those are in reject percent. This is no weapons, where we do things the manly way, by punching people with white mages. Alright, so you've got 4 spellcasts left. Dan's gonna have 2 more after this one. Probably should drop a heal there on Cal. Hey, Brad42, welcome in. Okay, Dan's got one more lit one in him. There we go. Easy Garland. Never had it easier. So it looks like I might not have needed that last level for the Garland fight, because we did end with 3 casts lit 1. But you roughly get 3 to 4 casts per level, so that was actually pretty close to the minimum requirement. Hey Takase, am I allowing the use of weapons like Thor Hammer as an item? Yes, as long as I don't equip a weapon, we're good. The restriction is I cannot equip things. Go ahead, get our bridge. Our musical instrument. If we can beat people with a lute, that would be a nice upgrade right now. Words rarely said. My guess, though, is by the time we get to Thor Hammer, like, Sea Shrine's the first place you have weapons that attack. Your first one's going to be Gauntlets, which is an armor piece. But by the time we get to there, we're going to be so much into grinding with those red mages and doing, like, Thundaga and Faraga that probably the weapon items are not going to be overly beneficial. Harps did work in Final Fantasy IV. I would like to challenge that statement. I know a guy in Final Fantasy IV that used harps, and it was not good at all. Might be better than what we have right now, but it was still not good. Do I want to just try walking over to Provoca with this? I think so. What we're going to do is just go to Provoca, use the end there, fight the pirates. I don't think I need the protect spell for the pirate battle. It helps out the white mage a little bit to have protect. That is a fairly significant increase over the basic cloth armor. But as soon as I get the boat, I can always come back here to Quinaria. And once we've got Fire 2 or Lit 2 in a bit, oh, that's when it actually is going to get fun. Here we go. Cross the bridge in a seer. I'm not sure this was ever tested. But if they tried this while developing Final Fantasy, then I hope they've got some good notes, because this is going to be a challenge. This isn't fun? No, this is a lot of fun. We are going to have a good time doing this. Didn't know the significance of the 4 crystals they held in their hands. Do the crystals count as weapons? If I can hit people with the crystals, that might be better damage than what I have right now. I'm going to have to see if they can put weapons or crystals into their hands. Crystals are pretty sharp. I think that would be a good stabbing item. Crystals disqualify the run. Oh no. We'll ignore that text then. Totally a bunch of lies. Use your Cal Fu. If Cal has any Fu, it's going to be the lightning spell. Actually, where are we for level 6 here? 114. So we're not going to get on the walkover. There are better monsters out here, but nowhere close enough to be worth trying the battles. Like, I can't even kill an ogre right now. We have 60 damage. No, we've got 80 damage from spells. That would be really close about whether I could kill one ogre. Could be doable. Are fist weapons? Wow, this is the deep questions. Can we ever truly be unarmed? These are important things to resolve here. Okay, 15 damage. That's actually really good now. So I don't have to worry about mad ponies anymore. Are feet shoes? Ooh. Are sock shoes? Like if you had socks on and that was it, is that actually shoes? Because that's your outermost layer of foot covering. Smack them with our hats. Hats would be probably an upgrade over the fists at times. Yeah, black belt would have been too easy. Too easy by far. Let's go ahead, stay at the end here. I'm not going to get the... Do I get the temper spell for the pirate battle? That would probably help me kill pirates more quickly, because otherwise it's going to be 1 round per pirate. Alright, temper spells for the pirate battle. We'll try it with temper first. FF1 no shops. Item shops are kind of important. Spell shops are pretty important. Weapon armor shops maybe I could get away without. I'm going to try 1 temper each on the fighter and white mage here. See if that's enough damage that we can take him down. Okay, definitely be enough on the fighter. White mage, probably not. You're going to temper yourself. You're going to temper yourself. Ooh, 24. Okay. It's enough. All right, we got this. Pirate battle, not a problem. This is the power temper. If you didn't have temper, you would probably want to have some black belts. Like, yes, he's ace doing 71 with 1 temper and his bare hands. No difficulties. You don't consider inn shops. What if the inn sells food? If it's an inn that has beds and it has food and you buy food at the inn there, is that a shop? Because a hotel, that you wouldn't consider a hotel a shop. But a restaurant is a kind of shop. I think most people would consider restaurants shops. And so inns might have mixed purposes. Alright, so I want to think about this for a second. What do I want to do for 15 puzzle times? I think I want to delay a bit. And we're going to get a couple playthroughs in. Even though we do have our lovely temper spell, I bet we're going to need a little bit of magical backup here at times. So what I'm going to do is basically wait until pretty close to 1 minute. So I can get a bunch of these playthroughs in. What is my 15 puzzle record? I don't know the exact time, but probably somewhere around 15 seconds. Six, 57, 58, 59. All right. So we got Hermes shoes. Those are great. Hermes shoes are wonderful. I want to record that one. That's the haste spell. We got a Phoenix down. That's probably going to be pretty useful for one of these boss fights. I can imagine there's going to be a lot of death in this one. If I finish right now, I get a Mega Elixir. But I don't think I want that. We'll do it in the future. We're waiting for 58 seconds on the clock. Hey, Koopas, welcome in. Is a hot dog a sandwich? Pop-Tarts are sandwiches. What? Fried chicken's a sandwich. There are some controversial sandwich definitions going on in my chat. I might need some scientific references about whether or not those qualify as sandwiches. Elixir, that's a good one. We're getting some really good items here. I almost certainly just want to get a 15 puzzle with an emergency exit at some point. If we're going to do a bunch of these for item drops, then an emergency exit, you might as well grind it out. Pizza sandwich. I think pizza might be closer to a sandwich than a piece of fried chicken. At what level would I consider a party over-leveled for chaos? It really depends on what your party has. Okay, there's the emergency exit. That was a pretty good opening streak. So we got Hermes shoes, an elixir, an emergency exit. Anything else that I really think is valuable? Probably we should be good. And I could just get a few extra playthroughs for cash now. Fried chicken between 2 slices of pizza, that could be closer to a sandwich. I would allow that. Five, 6. All right, there's elixir and Phoenix down. That's a really nice combo. How come I never get these super nice 15 puzzles when I'm doing really tight speed runs? Instead, I get a bunch of junk. This one, let's see, 59, 58, 57, 56, should be 55. Should be 55. Here we go, another emergency exit. Oh man, we are emergency exiting out of everything now. My 15 puzzle seeds actually have not been that good. We've had, I think, 2 good starts where I could have done very quick puzzles if we were going for fastest times as opposed to getting these second places. And usually it's about closer to 50-50. All right, 54. There's the second Hermes shoes. All right, so now I feel a lot better about that. That'll keep me for a while, since we only really have 2 bosses to worry about before you're going to have the ability to cast the haste spell naturally. $28, $29. Okay, get a Mega Elixir. If I need more Mega Elixirs, I'll be able to stuff them in there, because I waited for 29 to happen. I guess I don't need any weapons, so we're good there. No need to go to the weapon shop. Do I want the ice spell? I think we're good for Lit 1 for a while here. Lit 1 and Temper is a really nice combo. Silence for Astos. That's probably going to be a really helpful strat. I don't know if it's going to be essential, because we can probably out-damage Astos with enough Tempers. Let's hold off for now. That way I've got enough cash for anything I might want to do in terms of elf land purchases. Actually, no, we don't need any... Do we need any items here? I'm trying to think if those would be helpful. I guess antidotes. I totally forgot to provoke a soul ethers. They don't sell them in Elfland. That's why I don't think about ethers in the early game, but I did remember at one time having a strategy where I bought a bunch of ethers here, and I could carry those around for the mid-game. Same thing with like Phoenix Down, so that I would be able to have some resources for the Earth Cave. Okay, leather gloves. Guess we want 3 of those. Everybody except for Ace wants gloves. Caps are going to be at Elfland. We're going to get an Iron Shield and a helm for Ace at Elfland as well. Okay, we do have enough MP for a battle here on the way to Elfland if we get something. No putting knuckles in the gloves, don't worry. Oops. Actually, take yours off. Ah, well, there you go. Want to have the extra gear on the White Mage, since the White Mage has the worst armor by far. I'm kind of ambivalent about whether toast between slices of bread would be considered a sandwich. Like, at that point, you're just not having a good day. Like, I feel bad enough for you that I don't want to potentially denigrate your notion of a sandwich. Unless it's like a really good kind of toast. Like, French toast, I would say, would qualify as some kind of sandwich. But like regular toast would just be like, do whatever you gotta do. Go ahead, stack some experience here from the ogre. Now that we've got temper, experience is gonna not be nearly as much of a struggle as it was before. Like, I could legitimately do Marsh Cave here. It would be tough with the red mages at their current level, because they just didn't get very good strong level ups for HP or MP purposes, but they could do it. Alright, so I do want to get Iron Shield here. 2 caps for you guys, 1 helm for Ace. We can't afford the copper bracelet yet, but we can get some tents. So we got 2 of those. Emergency antidote just in case we happen to win a battle but somebody gets poisoned. Alright. Now we get a little bit more resources. Let's go ahead, drop that first tent down. We're going to do a little bit of grinding here. We're going to get hopefully another strong level up for the red mages. If not, we'll at least have enough buffs around here to be able to survive fights. This might be a good idea to have the protect spell. Now that I think about things a little bit here, actually, let's just farm ogres. They're going to be the best source of experience, and I don't want to have to 10 up all the time. Thinking about doing protects for the wizard battle. One protect would be, I guess, cutting their damage by like 25%. Maybe that's a good opener for the white mage to use. And then the red mages temper up the fighter so that he can punch the wizards really hard. Peanut butter on toast is a different thing. Like, I would have no problems doing peanut butter on toast. Like, that's actually, like, a breakfast item. I wouldn't make a sandwich out of it. Like, just have one piece of bread, toast it, with peanut butter on it. And if you've got more peanut butter, then just have 2 of those. And don't try to combine them. That way you have, like, an open-faced sandwich of peanut butter. And then that would be, like, the best I could see getting out of that. Like, peanut butter is actually really good on toast. Like, as good as regular butter, if not better, for a lot of circumstances. Like, depends on how much you really like the taste of peanut butter. But I would definitely go with one piece of bread on that. Would grape... I think if you're talking about getting to the stage where you are improvising your condiments, then you need to take a step back. Take a step back. You're crossing a line that might not be safe to cross. Is a corn dog a sandwich? Is the corn dog on a bun? Is Bovinity a sandwich? Are you delicious, Bovinity? If so, you could be a sandwich. There we go. We got our level. Dan got a strong level up. Okay, so both of the red mages have had one strong level up through level 7. That's at least something. What do we need for level 8? 285 experience. I'm thinking that's not worth getting, so we are probably going to try to tackle Marsh Cave here at 7. I think Marsh Cave at 7 is not crazy. We got tempers. We can hopefully survive the first round of wizard damage. Like, it's really going to be, like, turn order is going to be very critical for this. I decided not to get Fangs. Fangs would make the fights really easy, but we're going to be level 9 very soon. And that makes the fights also very easy for naturally having Lit 2s and Fire 2s. For that sweet ogre experience, we need ogre groger. That would be the ideal here, but the grogers are shy, and the ogres have all been by themselves. They're not nearly as good to harvest that way. There's nothing else we want to have for armor. I think a second tent would help. Actually, probably want 3 tents. Got a couple more antidotes there, so now we got 6 of those. 6 antidotes, 8 potions. What can I sell? Echo grass, that's useless. Eye drops. Man, we got so many eye drops doing the bonus dungeons. I'm not sure if they understand that you don't actually need eye drops in this game. There we go. We got some items. those are all gonna be good. Sort. Let's try to get over to Marsh Cave first, and I'm gonna 10 outside there. Because I don't think I can get the level. There's not a reason to go and try to harvest the experience here. So we're just gonna try to run from everything, hopefully not get poisoned. What do I want to cut? What do I want to collect here in Marsh Cave? I don't have my iron armor. That's been replaced by a phoenix down in the spot I usually grab it at. But I could... I want to say the iron armor link treasure chest is still iron armor. The one that's in the upper left-hand corner. So maybe I want that. Oh, the Kroger fight. I only have enough MP for one temper, though. I don't think this is going to go well. Should have tented. Should have used the tent. We got the Kroger fight, and I wasn't prepared for it. This is going to do like 44 damage with the punch. Let's do a quick test here. If I can take these ogres down in 2 rounds, yeah, I can take them down in probably 2 or so rounds. Actually, you know what would be more important? Doing a thunder here. I was gonna use those MPs for cures, but I'm not gonna be quite able to do 2 rounds unless I do a thunder plus 2 fists. So there we go. And it's more important to kill ogres so that we have less DPS coming at us than it is to try to heal up. Okay, you're gonna attack. You're gonna thunder once. You can cure him. So affiliate link? No. If you want to give somebody some cash, I would certainly see if you've got a favorite streamer. If not, Feasel I know has an affiliate link. You can go ahead and use that for his. Feasel, a wonderful, wonderful influence in the Final Fantasy community over the years. Alright, we're battling these ogres. We'll get them down eventually. I'm glad I at least had the 1 temper. If I didn't have the 1 temper, I wouldn't have been able to take all this experience. So this is actually a pretty big chunk of a level at this point, so you don't want to pass it up. Are green-skinned ogres born chiefs, or do they turn green when they become chiefs? It's a dye process. As part of becoming a chief, you go and get dipped into a big vat of dye. That's how you turn green. It's a sign of respect. It's kind of like a tattoo. Okay, let me go ahead, tent up here. Corn dogs and food items remind you of Feasel's stream. I think all speedrunning streams eventually turn into discussions about food. Like, at some point, you just run out of topics for video games and speedrunning in general, because you're playing the game over and over again. You've seen it before. So why not talk about what you've had for lunch? Is an ogre dropped in dye a sandwich? Oh, wow. Probably not a very good sandwich. I don't think ogres are going to be delicious. I mean, ogre meat's good, but if you had the whole ogre, that's a different story. Ooh, ambushed by gargoyles. I mean, we got plenty of MP for healing. The white mage is not really stressed in terms of MP totals. The red mages, they're going to be really essential, and they're fine at 60 and 70. I think they could deal with a bunch of tempers and still making through a dungeon with thunders. I'm going to grab this here. We're going to sell it. That's like 275 gold when I get out. All right, so in here, I think I actually want to grab a couple of extra stuff. So let me go get this. That's also a Phoenix. Is it still linked and they just changed it from Iron Armor to Phoenix Down? Because that's really weird. Like, why would they do that? We'll find out when we do all treasure chests, whether that is still linked treasure chest or not. Ooh, good preemptive. Otherwise, that would have been not a fun fight. There we go. Get our copper armlet. So that is an upgrade for Bill here. Yep, those are still linked. Okay. I thought they just unlinked them and put the replacement for the other Iron Armor treasure chest as the Phoenix Down, but I guess they're connected together. I probably knew that at one point and forgot about it. Alright, here we go. Wizard time. This is gonna hurt a lot. Okay, there's 2 wizards. Good start. Temper, cure. Hopefully we can stay alive here. Oh, that's so much damage. We're not doing good here. Not doing good. Come on, Ace. Wait for this other temper. Hey, now, James. Why am I not using a black belt? Because that would be too easy. We wanted a challenge. So let's just have you guys use Lit 1. No, Ace. Ah. Why'd you have to go and do that? We had the great start. Got that first wizard down in the opening round. Now we got to reroll 2 wizards again. So 1 in 3 chance you're going to get 2 wizards there. So 2, 3, or 4 wizards with equal odds. I think it biases it towards 2 wizards, so it's very slightly more than 1/3 chance, and very slightly less than a 1/3 chance for 3 and 4. Would no armor be a punishingly hard challenge? No armor, I think, would be easier than this. Well, except for the no ribbon part. If all you had was ribbons and other elemental gear, I think that no armor would not be bad. Without it, I mean, you could use a whole bunch of null spells and items. Like, you could get around having the lack of a ribbon. But, you know what? I bet no armor would be easier than no weapons. Now that I think about it. Because at least in boss fights, it's almost always about offense. Like, if you can heal enough and you can keep people alive through evasion, you could deal with no armor pretty easily. Where is my 2 wizard battle? Where is it? We did it so quickly the first time. Combine them have no equipment at all. That would be a challenge. Alright. Bill's still alive. Dan's still alive. We did not get all of our punches in. That's a little bit unfortunate. That's a lot unfortunate, actually. Go ahead and do this. So we're going to have you attack bottom. Thunder. Thunder. I guess try to keep Dan alive. They're very nice spreading the damage out. That's been very helpful so far. Oh, just short. We are going to probably have 2 wizards that we have barely not killed for both of them. And that's going to hurt a lot. Okay, so you're going to attack them. Thunder, Thunder. I guess a cure on Ace. Cal's still in there. Come on, Cal. Stick it, Cal. There we go. We got the wizards. Easy fight. There's our crown. Okay, we still only have 1 strong level up so far for the red mages. They need to get another couple of strong level ups to make me less nervous about how the Lich is going to go. Lich is going to be a long fight. I might want to get the null spells and use those as a way to block his damage from Blizzara, Thundara, and Fyra. And then hopefully just try to keep up with the healing while he is getting pounded with Fire 2s. It's going to take a lot of Fire 2s to kill him. Either that I go for Temper strats and maybe the Hermes. That might not be a bad way to do it. I'm going to try this. Hopefully Dia works. Don't get killed, Bill. Stay alive, Bill. Bill. Why? Why, Bill? Hey, Greenleaf, welcome in. Fire and Dio, they do damage to Lich, but remember that the bosses have been buffed even further here in this version of the game. So they were doubled for PlayStation. They're like tripled here. And that means that the number of rounds that you need to do those Fires and Dias is really, really much higher than you might think. So you're going to spend a long time before you could do enough damage. And that means that all of the normal problems of Lich, like paralysis and just him killing off your mages, is going to be there before you can do that. Why not Faraga? If we have Faraga by then, that would be a lot easier. I don't know if we'll be able to level up that much. Maybe I'll go to Peninsula Power, go crazy in levels. We'll get Faraga at Melmond and just use that to roll over Lich. Faraga and Diaga, that would be a lot faster. Actually, rather than have you guys do that, we're going to have Thunders on those things. Thunder doesn't do any bonus damage, but it does have enough spell power that if we were able to cast it, we might have been able to kill them with a Dia. The no commands challenge. That is going to be a tough one to finish the game with. Alright, there we go. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and, well, no, we can make it up to, should be able to make it up to Astos' castle with this. In case we get another ogre fight, I'll be able to take that with the Tempers. I do have Hermes shoes, so in theory that's going to help out a lot. Like, there's only really two spots where Hermes shoes are going to be helpful. We've got Astos and Lich here. I might have wanted to use them on the wizards as well, but it seemed like overkill because you needed to get 2 wizards anyway, and 2 wizards plus Temper was good enough for being able to take them down. Marsh Cave smells because of all the undead. There's probably a lot of reasons Marsh Cave is not a pleasant place to go visit. Okay, let's go ahead. Just Temper up here. Alright, Lich time is going to be what I think is going to be the hard one. This one, Astos, is going to be, I think, not too bad. Let's try him out without silence. We have to use silence, then it's going to be a lot of rounds getting the white mage to land that. With only one white mage, it's a bit of a fun time getting it to connect. The most challenging one, Dan only %. Solo Dan, I think we could get some strats for. Okay, killing Bill off. Hopefully Bill can dodge it. Nope. Alright, it's up to you, Ace. You and your fists need to take down Astos here. Okay, with 2 Tempers, he's basically got the attack power he normally has with a short sword at this point. There we go. Yep, he'll be fine. We got this. No fast required. Good fight. There we go. So Astos is down. Go ahead, do the Mystic Key quest. This opens up so much of the game to have Astos killed off right there. Go ahead, get you revived again. We can get everybody's spells at this point, which is really good as well. So I'm gonna go ahead, Phoenix down. Make it a little bit more convenient for me to get any experience on the way back from the castle here. We'll be back. Oh, we will be back. Alright, so I have 3,800 here, which is enough for Fyra. We can go ahead and get those. We're going to be doing some mummies. I don't know if Peninsula Power is worth it. Peninsula Power is actually really intriguing because you can get a lucky Ice Shield drop from the Frostwolf battle, and that would help Ace out a lot. That would give him resistance to fire, and then Lich becomes less of a concern. Like, if he gets to Fyra, then usually at that point you're just like on fumes for HP, but I could potentially keep Lich from getting that far, and he would be able to hopefully not get the kill on Ace. No spells on Astos. There were spells. That's what killed Bill at the start. The rub spell is the very first spell in his spell list, and then with enough tempers, he's not going to live long enough for him to, get a dozen turns in. So if he decides to punch 2 or 3 times, then that's the end of the fight. Normally his spell list starts off with rub, slow, fast, and then lit 2 and fire 2. Does Ice Shield also give paralyzation resistance? It does in NES. It might or might not here in GBA. There's a lot of mechanics differences that I haven't checked into, but I think it does, because I haven't seen paralysis happen in Ice Cave since getting it. But at the same time, Ice Cave I'm normally like level 30 plus by that point, because that's going to be after the eye grind that I get the next battle in. So you get the Ice Shield, you drop down the hole, you fight the eye for a really long time, and then now you're so leveled up that you might just get enough resistance to be able to just shrug it off. Do I want Thundara now? I probably do. We're gonna have enough cash for this. So there we go. Thundara. Gonna need to go ahead and 10 up again. That was my last tent. Alright, so we'll buy another tent. Come back down here after going to Matoya's cave. That'll get us the fire spell. We'll get the ability to buy the fire spell because I'll have the Mithril Hammer for sale. I guess I've got a couple other items for sale as well. But this is where the game should get easier for me. Now that we got Thundara, we can actually do a decent amount of damage on things. Not enough to kill an ogre in 1 round, though. That's actually kind of sad. Alright, so attack. I guess plain thunder for finishing him off. What is different from now till Lich? I guess just difference in my grinding strategies overall. Like, you don't really need a lot of physical attacks from here until Lich, until you get to the Lich fight itself. They probably have people attack for the little damage that they can do on the shark, since he's much more likely to be able to survive the 2 Lit 2s here. Oh yeah. We're doing okay damage there. I guess monsters that don't have a ton of defense, you're at least going to be doing like, 10, 15 damage or so. Almost 1/10 of what you'd be getting normally. So who wants to take some guesses on whether or not we're going to get any strong level ups for these red mages? We've gotten one so far. If we have a second, then I can at least survive Blizzard at the start. That'll help out a lot. And if I get Null Frost, which is unlikely given the level requirements, but something that I could potentially consider, then we can look at the odds of Null Frost going off before Lich attacks. He's got like a 75% chance of using spells, so it might not be the easiest thing to get Null Frost to land. Bill's going to be pretty slow. The White Mage is generally the slowest member of your party. But if we don't take a ton of damage from the Ice 2 at the start, then I think we can out-heal most of the things that Lich does for a while, and try to get around to enough tempers where Ace is able to finish him off. Go ahead and take this. Even though mummies are just around the corner. Feels so satisfying to be able to punch things and see them die. Alright, 96, so it's going to be still 2 hits for a Groger at this point. Alright, there we go. Decent amount of cash from killing those. Looking for a little bit of money just in case I need to do some purchases. Like, I'll probably want to grab the iron armor as well as a nice sized stack of tents and potions for the mummy grind. If I can stay up there for a while, then I'll probably look to have enough money to go hit up Crescent Lake for the silver gear. All the stuff that I want to get at Melmond and so on for being able to make it through that stretch. I don't trust the normal route for the most part, because a lot of the fights that you just like attack a couple times and not have to worry about, you know, things like bulls and trolls, those are gonna be tough. Trolls you might be able to take down with Fyra since they are weak to fire, but bulls would probably be like 5 casts, maybe only 4. 45 damage. Yeah, we could probably do it in 4. In any event, a lot of NP would be consumed by those. Doesn't my restriction say standard party? Yes, this is the standard party for GBA. Fighter 2 Mages and White Mage. This is what I use for all of the speedruns for GBA. It'd actually be easier for 2 fighters, because then we'd have twice as much punch in action, as well as enough absorption to be able to stand up to things. Standard was 4 ninjas. I was not informed about this new standard. I think whoever came up with that had some bad plans. I do have one more Thundar left. I really think the ninjas are more like samurais in this one. They redid the ninja graphics, and it is closer to some of the later game ninjas. Like, if you look at the ninja in like Final Fantasy Tactics, it does remind me more of the ninja for the FF1 GBA artwork. But I missed the original, the ninja. The ninja in red pajamas was the best ninja of all. He was the only ninja worth getting, and, well, he wasn't worth getting, but of all the ninjas, he was the closest to being worth getting. hammer. Gonna get some cash. There's Brown's gloves. So finally, Ace is gonna have some glove wear, but we're immediately gonna get a better set of gloves here. Actually, this is the best armor shop or item shop to use to sell things at. Get the clothes. Get these. No temptations from carrying these weapons around. Okay, everything there should be good. Get Thyra. I can get iron armor from Canary Castle, so I don't need to buy it here. That's a smarter play. Go ahead, get... I guess a big stack of tents. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll get a big stack of potions. There shouldn't be anything else I need to buy at this point. The antidotes we have are good enough. We're going to be able to come back here after doing the mummy grind and getting loads of gold from that. Let's go ahead, clean out Coneria and Dwarf Cave. I forgot to do the tent. I only got one thunder here, so killing the shark would actually be pretty tough. Arsag should go down to a Thundara, but the shark is more robust. Alright, well, let's do it this way. You're going to start with Thundara. I could actually also double temper. That might have been better overall. Because double temper on Ace would be good enough for him to kill that enemy group in like 3 rounds. Oh, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. That's right, he does at least enough damage to be able to take down a shark here. There he goes. But for the numerical ones over the suffixes, I think it's, for a lot of people, what they were used to. The numerical ones are really easy to understand. Like, you know, Fire 1, Fire 2, Fire 3, it's obvious which one is going to be the best one. Whereas the suffixes, you kind of have to learn what they are. And kind of the counter argument I hear is that the suffixes make it so that even though there is not quite an alignment between things for different spell types, like some of them have 4, some of them have 2. Those are things where the suffixes can be chosen so that you have reasonably good interpretations about, you know, this is the best one, this is the starter one, and so on. Kiraga versus Kiraja, that is difficult. I think the G versus J one, that is a hard one to kind of notice the difference in. Quake 2 or Quake out? You really shouldn't have Quake 2. It's not like you're more earthquaking. I guess it depends on what meaning of Quake that you have, because I want to say that this one's Quake's instant death, and I want to say that they also could have used Quake as Demi in some other translations before Demi was actually put out to the U.S. audience. Although don't get me started about Demi versus Demi 2, because that's another problem. Hey, Ski Twitch, welcome in. What is a no weapon to run? We have no weapons. That is the run. It's a pretty simple one. Yep, no swords, no nunchucks, no staves, no daggers, no axes, no bows. We do have shields, but we're not allowed to hit things with it. No kicking. Although, I mean, if you can punch things, you can probably kick them as long as you don't have, like, hard shoes on. Soft shoes only for kicking. We do have spells, yes. Just no actual weapons being equipped. So, no weapons is a a pretty heavy restriction. Unless you've got a black belt who naturally gets really good attacking without weapons. So the black belt basically treats his level as his weapon power. And that is 4 times what the growth rate is going to be for the black belt damage-wise compared to these other character classes. Because they have, even if they get a strength level up every single time, they're only getting 1/2 of a point of damage per level up. Whereas the black belt gets roughly 4.5. And then on top of that, the black belt gets double attacks per round for being barehanded. So like right away, just like taking his weapons off, he's got 2 attacks per round at the start. So he does not have nearly the problem that this party is going to have in terms of doing damage to things. Let's go ahead, see what you get. Take that off. Did you guys get anything useful? You do have 1 mithril mail. Yeah, and that's going to be helpful. We're going to get another set of steel gauntlets at Astus's castle. I'm tempted to kind of go to Melmond and get the spells there at least. That would mean that I would get... well, can we even get them yet? No, we're not going to be high enough level. It's going to be a while before we can get the 5th tier spells. We get the armor. Silver bracelet for Bill. Silver bracelet for Bill sounds like a good idea. I want to get that 15 absorb here. Okay, what can we sell? Well, those are weapons. We could sell those. That's a pretty easy one to decide. Chainmail can go. Helm can go now that we've got the Great Helm. We're not buying the Knight's Armor. I refuse to grind for that. And then you're going to get Steel Gauntlets. Okay. We should have the armor upgrades now. I guess I could go sell off that copper one whenever I need more cash. Is Ace basically a meat shield? He is actually going to be pretty good at killing things with temper. So boss fights, Ace is going to be my primary damage dealer still. Regular battles, you're not going to want to spend the time buffing over and over again for Ace to get good enough damage to kill. But for a boss fight where you're there for a bunch of rounds, you know, it makes total sense to go and pick that up. Because 2 tempers, he's up to equal or better compared to what he would have with weapons for the most part in terms of damage. Wouldn't have as many attacks per round, but damage-wise he'd be good. And then if you keep going on tempers, then eventually you're going to be really, really, really powerful, regardless of what you start with. So I've actually shown off punching out Chaos with a white mage, just from enough buffs. And the same principle applies to all the fights. Early on, it's hard to get established in the boss battles long enough for that many tempers, but you'll eventually be able to do it. How unbearable would NES no weapons be with standard party fighter, black? It would be pretty bad. You would have a hard time. NES black belts even are not that good for a long time. The black belt is somewhere like around level 12 or so, where you first start wanting to think about getting barehanded as an option. It's a pretty different experience compared to the remakes, where they've greatly accelerated the rate at which black belts wanted to discard weapons. Nice, got a level there. Go ahead and take that. Strong level for Cal. So now he's gotten 2. That is actually on a respectable pace. It's not good, but that would be adequate for a speedrun. Dan's only gotten 1, so he is 1 level up behind Cal for strong HP gains. And so he would not be able to easily withstand a Blizzard at this pace, unless we went to level 16. They're still picking up a little bills behind because of being dead at Astos, so it's not going to make a big difference in the long run. Astos is, you know, less than an Agama, less than an I, so you just kind of offset by one what battle they would be getting the level ups in. Let's go ahead and drop a 10. We got plenty. Don't really need to conserve these so much. They're also fairly cheap, so once you've got the money, like early on, money is actually rather difficult in this since you can't really kill anything. And so like you're trying to just get long enough into the game to be able to afford the inn once or twice. Okay, there's a weapon. There's another weapon. There's something that's not a weapon. Let's go ahead, give that to Ace, and start our mummy grind here. We're starting at level 11. Normally level 9 is where mummies begin. But it took us a little bit of extra time to reach this point. I'll point out that we're still almost 2 hours faster than 4 Thieves getting to this point in the game. Ambush. The 5 mummy ambush. Why would you do that? His reject classes, Thief and Monk. It'll be Thief, Black Belt, and Black Mage. The 3 classes that you don't see here part of this current party. I don't know why the mummies are so hostile. We just want to kill them and take their valuable treasures. And all they do is complain about that. Looks like Dan's pretty fast. If Dan is the one that's going to be consistently faster, that'll be interesting because I think Dan's got less MP in addition to having less HP. So he might get unbalanced in favor of Dan taking the battles on. Okay, double Fyra. We'll see if Bill happens to slip in between the 2 Red Mage rounds here. There is a little bit, well, there's a lot of influence based on your agility score on turn order. NES was more randomized so that regardless of how fast everybody was, running was unimpacted by that. Turn order was unimpacted by that. Like, it was more about RNG than anything else. Whereas the remakes introduced in the stats as more important. Like, they actually made the stats do things for everybody. So you'll notice that intelligence is used for spell power and for MP. The luck stats used for a whole bunch of stuff. The agility stats used for being able to run and outspeed things. It's actually a little bit of a deeper game as a result. Does party order influence turn order? No. In NES, there's a very slight bias towards the monsters going first and then the top members of your party going before the later members, but it's very, very small. The remakes have no bias whatsoever in terms of party order, which is interesting because a lot of other Square games do have very big impacts for either party order or specific characters. Generally, the person that's like the lead character or the actual storyline main character is used a lot for turn order and speed. That's actually a really complicated thing to work out, is like just how turn order in games like Final Fantasy IV works, because it's very not intuitive from anything you might imagine as to what order your characters are going to go in. Not to mention what order the monsters are going to fit to that list as well. I think for Final Fantasy IV, you actually deliberately want Cecil to be as bad as possible, so that the monsters are not as fast. And then where you're standing in terms of like the positions, there's a bias for turn order in that as well. So you actually swap around during the speedrun a lot. You'll see people like reorder them. It's not just for like back rank versus front rank or things like that, but actually because it influences what order turns happen in. Got 2 more Fire 2s I can cast before we have to go outside. Looks like we'll be level 14 at this point. I don't know if I want to try Peninsula Power, or if it's better to just go for Earth Cave and start clearing that place out. Earth Cave doesn't really have much that's interesting to me. Like, I think that Crescent Lake is going to be nice. We're going to go ahead and get a bunch of silver gear there. That'll let Ace tank a bunch of damage, because he'll have way better armor overall. Maybe we'll get some spells. Spell purchases should actually open up here in just a little bit. Okay, I have 1 more Fire 2. Making sure I save enough for a D on top of that. There we go. Surprising to see Bill go that early. Dia starting to do okay damage. Notice that Dia is weaker than Fyra. So that's true for pretty much all of the harm line. It's not quite as good as the corresponding fire damage for undead monsters, but since the white mage has very little else that is useful in combat, it's nice having that option as a way to at least get them doing something in terms of contributing to the party. And when you can't quite kill the monsters with your fire spells, then the Dia line is actually a pretty good complement to it. Rarely get a chance to do that though. Like, by the time you get really good undead, like you'll have mummies or so here and images and race and things like that. Zombie Ds at ordeals, they generally come in small packs, so you have well, not this party, but most parties are going to have enough physical damage to be able to help out a lot with that, but the fighter. And then you get to things like ghosts in the siege run, and by that point you've got Faragos, and the Dia is really not helping out much. What do we have for money? 12,000 here. I should have around 20,000 after going to sell these items off. Get rid of that, and that. Get rid of that. Sleeve bag I don't think is overly helpful here. Okay, so I want more antidotes. I am torn on getting more spells here. Like, do I want to start getting the null line? Definitely interesting for the Lich fight. But maybe we try it first with just going at Lich normally and getting enough tempers and haste to make that work out. You can do 4th tier spells, which white magic 4th tier is kind of bad. If we had gotten 4th tier on the red mages, then they could actually get haste naturally. So we're definitely wanting to use... Do I get Null Frost at the start? We're going to try Lich without Null Frost. We are 13 now. Yeah, we should be 16 before we get there. I think we'll have enough HP by the time we reach Lich that will survive the Blizzard turn. And so the real thing is going to be get the Hermes shoes with the white mage so that Ace has 2 attacks, or doubles attacks per round. Start stacking tempers there. 1 round of tempers will get me up to base. But since we have haste on top of that, that usually saves me 2 rounds overall. So I think we can still do this before Lich gets to Thundara and Fyra. Assuming that we do keep the red mages alive for tempers. Okay, we've already been to Melmond, so we can go, I guess, right to Earth Cave here. Start the vampire trip off. How's Vampire gonna go? If I just do Fire and pretty... we should be able to do it in 2 rounds. So I need to make sure I have at least 30 MP for my mages. Not even counting the amount that they need on the way back out. Hey, Booyah, welcome in. I didn't get more antidotes. Well, let's try not to get poisoned too much. I've got like 6 of them, which is about 10 seconds worth of antidotes in this place. Very easy to have multiple people poisoned when you have like, I don't know, a pack of 8 spiders or things like that. We can't take bulls. I wish we could. Really wish we could take some bulls. Maybe I could do double bulls. That might be more feasible because then I only have to temper up once and I get the benefit for getting both kills. I'm just kind of looking at how much MP I have to work with. There's the poison. As long as there's only 1 poison, I'm not too worried. There we go. Oh, I had 7. All right, now we've got 6 antidotes. There's the spider pack. So 8 of these things is not good news. We can kill them with 2 Thundaras, but I think that is an egregious waste of MP. Go ahead and grab the coral sword for sale later. I'm picking up a whole bunch of stuff for money because I'm imagining that despite the fact that we do not need to buy any weapons in this run, we will still be doing quite a lot of shopping. Probably more spells than normal, and also probably a lot more consumable items than normal. I'm going to go ahead and double Thundara this. That could be tough to get away from. Hey, Caster Ride, yes. No weapons at all. We got nothing but our fist to win the day here. Alright, some wizards. Why a fighter with no weapons? Because the red mages have no weapons, the white mages have no weapons, nobody's got any weapons, and we're not allowed to use black belts, because that would be too easy. Too easy if you got black belts. It's basically like having a fighter. Snag the gold there. Okay, now we got a decent amount. We could actually get all the stuff at Crescent Lake and not worry about money. Or we could go back to Elfland when we get a chance. Go ahead and pick up the 4th tier spells. Okay, Fyra. I don't have Diara. Didn't get Cura and Diara. That's a mistake. I'll need to get those. At least Cura is really, really helpful for the Lich fight. Because with just playing Cure, you're not going to heal enough damage per round to have it be worthwhile for the white mage to take any actions. I mean, DR is actually not that good here, but it would have been nice for the vampire. This might be a 3-round vampire fight as a result, so I will definitely need to have a lot of MP left for Dan. Okay, well, I still have 3 casts. We might go out of this with just Cal as the only person with MP, but we can still do this. It'd be easier if I swapped one or both of the red mages for black mages. I think the black mages would really suffer from the lack of defense, and so they would have a hard time staying alive. You still need to have a good amount of survivability for the fights. Okay, Ace Punch. Fyra, and I guess Dia still helps. Don't knock out a red mage. There you go. With Vampire being buffed, this is actually somewhat difficult. 60 damage so far. We do 180 a round. I think it's still 2 rounds. Does Thief do anything in this version? The Thief is getting better. He's not good, but he's better than he was before. He tries his best. Sometimes his best is not enough, but you know, what can you do? It's a Thief. There we go, Vampire down. That was actually not bad. I was thinking that it would only do like 40, 45 damage and less for the Dia. But I forgot how much impact that the intelligence stat has on this. So at 14 here, we've got a couple extra points of intelligence, and that makes the battles go much better. Unless you get wizards, in this case, the battles really don't go any better at all. Ah. Ooh, Ace has got 3 attacks per round now. I like that. 3 attacks per round is going to be 50% extra damage. So once he gets tempered up in the boss fights, he'll hit pretty hard. No, not more wizards. I mean, I'll still have one last spell cast by Cal to take out Undead, but we can't deal with any more wizard battles after this. Not a single one more. Unless I use an Ether, which I don't want to. Ether's required going back to either Provoke It or going on to Crescent Lake to go and be able to stock up on him. Oh, what am I doing? You know what we got emergency exits. I don't need to go back out of Earth Cave the hard way. I was just doing that for the free wizard experience. No, we'll go ahead and kill him. I think this is a little bit safer than going to try to run. Probably should have emergency exit out of Marsh Cave as well. I've got one left, and I'm not sure where I want to use it. I could emergency exit out of the Ice Cave, go and get the floater, and then not have to do the loop again. By that point, you're really powerful though, so it's not like a big deal to go and kill the monsters in there. Like once you have done the eye grind, you're in control of that cave a little bit. Hey, Patrick, welcome in. We really want to be mean, we can go ahead and emergency exit out of Ordeals to pick up the tail and then just not do the zombie Ds. That'd be really insulting to them though. More wolves, you say? Like we have anti-wolf gear, i.e. Thundaris. I mean, you could probably run from Gerwolves pretty consistently at this point. We're going to be not facing any regular wolves in this part of the world. Might be some werewolves depending on the formation. This one's always Gerwolves by themselves, but Earth Cave is going to have a mix of werewolf and Gerwolf together. I feel terrible. The Titan's Ruby addiction continues. He's so badly off from those rubies that he's just hallucinating, trying to walk through walls. It's a horrible sight to see. Down here is one piece of silver gear, which is why I'm going to go grab it at this point. Normally I wouldn't bother with this in a speedrun, but I do want to have a little bit of extra defense race, and also the axe here sells for a bit. So Go ahead, sell that. We got 1,000 gil, and there is the silver helm. Oh, hell. It's like, why can't I put the shield on? It's like, well, you don't have a shield. That's why you can't put it on. Oh, you're grinding with the heal staff with the trip into Temple of Fiends. That's going to be pretty important for a party of black mages because 99 heal potions goes really fast. You cannot afford to use them to like fix up from most of the encounters, so you will definitely want to heal helmet and heal staff quite a lot. You can get 2 heal helmets and a heal staff to make it so that you can do it 3 times per round. And if you, I guess you can't really defend her all that much, but if you find good encounters that you can knock it down to like 1 mediocre monster, then it's pretty easily possible to outspeed the monster's damage. Just hold the helm in our hands. That would count as a weapon, though. Improvised weapons, I think we decided were not allowed. So I wasn't allowed to hit things with the crystals, even though we had the crystals in our hands in the opening credits. We can't kick people. We can't use brass knuckles. We can't stick anything inside of our gloves. It's like so restrictive about how these people want me to play this game. What about the with Masamune? Yeah, if you've got the Masamune, the second trip through there is not going to be bad at all. I want to get Kira. I don't want to do this without it. Can you throw dancing daggers? I think those are very clearly weapons. Like, that's not even trying. Oh, put some helms in my shield slot. That would also be a good idea. If we could have everybody wear a bunch of helms, the monsters would just be like too puzzled to go and attack us. Let's go ahead, just take the Sahag experience here. Ace is doing good damage. I'm surprised Ace is able to really damage anything at all. I know he's been damaging sharks pretty easily for a while now, but that 3 hits per round is a very good upgrade for him. Put a helm on your feet and make boots out of it. We talked about this earlier, about what counts as a shoe. Because I think that there is going to be a time in this run where we are going to want to kick things. Okay, get rid of the coral sword. No great axe. Great helm is no longer helpful, so we can get rid of that. I wanted to get antidotes here. I'm going to stock up on potions because, you know, why not? There we go. You're good on those. Good on potions for a long time. Gold needles. I should probably have a handful of those. Can you guys cast? You can cast 4th tier spells. So the Hermes shoes turned out to not be helpful here because we can get haste. I didn't actually want to go back to Elfland though, so my ideal routing through this would have been to use the Hermes shoes on Lich. I can still do that actually because we want to get Bill doing something useful in the first round rather than Diara. It's going to be Hermes shoes, and then the red mages can both temper. Do martial arts fists count as weapons? Yes. If you have to register your deadly fists, then they are weapons. If you wear a shoe, is it a foot sandwich? It meets all the requirements that we outlined. I don't think that socks would count as condiments, though. That would count as a multi-layered sandwich. Do I want to get ethers? How many do I have right now? 2 ethers. Let's go grab a couple of Provoca. Because I never get to do this. Provoca does sell ethers, and then they don't sell them at Elfland. So I never have enough money at Provoca to go stack up on them, but if you, for some reason, had a bunch of cash, and you were trying to follow roughly along the speedrun route, you'd actually want to buy a bunch of ethers and maybe Phoenix Downs at Provoca. And that way, you would not have to worry about all kinds of really small problems like running out of MP or dying in Melmond or Marsh Cave at all. Shoes a wrap. Is a wrap a sandwich, though? I mean, if fried chicken can be considered a sandwich, then really anything is a sandwich. Hey, Asper Jones, welcome in. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get a couple of ethers. That should be plenty. Is 2 Phoenix Downs enough? You know what? We got Dan, so let's get a couple more Phoenix Downs. For that matter, let's get some more ethers. Those things are relatively cheap. That still gives me enough cash to buy everything I want at Crescent Lake. So we're good there. I already got the other stuff in Earth Cave, so there's nothing really left to pick up unless I want the roughly 2,000 gold in the top floor at the Earth Mental spot. Nope, everyone's really good on cash, mostly because I'm doing a bunch of grinding. If it wasn't for that, like the difference between selling your weapons and not selling all your weapons is smaller than you think. Like usually you sell all the old weapons, so you might have one tier of items that you're keeping around, and that's like a few thousand gold at a time. Like at this point, you would have the Dragon Sword, Coral Sword, and Falchion, which is, if sold, 7,300 gold. And that's less than half of what I have right now, just from like miscellaneous stuff left over. How close are we to 16 here? 570 away. You need 320, so you're way far away. But the rest of them could potentially get this. Let's see if we can grab an Earth Metal, get 16 for the Red Mages. That's another guaranteed strong level up, which is really important. Gives me a really good looking party. I don't have very much magic. Let's go ahead and temper. If in doubt, temper it out. A manwich is a meal. Is it also a sandwich, though? Nice. Red Mage is also getting 3 attacks per round, but they're not going to be nearly as useful. You really only need 1 attacker in the remakes, because all your buffs go into one person. That's much more effective as a strategy than it is to spread things around. Alright, there we go. Got our stuff there. Make sure you guys are at full HP, because this is going to hurt. I do have 3 casts of Fire, but I don't think that's enough, so we are going to temper instead. And just try to keep people alive. One or 4, okay. We should be able to do this. Actually, you might want 1 more temper. Because the turnover. Temper turned out to not help. We need to go up before Ace attacked. I got 384 experience. Okay, that was enough. Bull plus Earth Mental was enough to get 16 on those guys. So we're done with that. Let's go tent up and take on Lich here. Can you temper a weaponless fighter up so much that he fights like he has a weapon? So, yes and no. Here's the trick. There are two stats that you have. There is your attack power and your accuracy score, which turns into the number of attacks that you have per round. And the way it works is that your attack power is strength divided by 2, plus your weapon attack power, which is 0 in this case, plus all your buffs. And eventually that will cap out at 255. So if you do enough tempers, then regardless of whether you've got a weapon on or not, you'll eventually do the max damage for that calculation. Accuracy is different. So temper does not improve your accuracy score. It only improves your attack power. And that means the number of attacks per round is not going up with the tempers. And since most weapons have a decent sized accuracy bonus, like the late game weapons will have enough accuracy bonus that you'll get almost a full bonus attack just from equipping the weapon, you'll be behind that way. However, there's other items I can use. There is the Saber spell from the Giant's Gloves. That gives you a little bit more attack power than Temper does and a small accuracy bonus, so eventually it will also give you extra attacks per round. And there's also speed drinks that you can buy at the Caravan. Those do nothing but increase your accuracy. And so like 2 speed drinks is enough to give you another attack. So those will make it go up really fast, whereas the Giant's Gloves are rather slow doing it. Nice job, Timini. Yeah, if you've got the Masamune and your Black Wizard party is not 100% confident about beating Chaos, definitely warp out of there. Because with the Masamune, you'll be able to redo the boss fights much, much easier. Like, it is a huge upgrade for the ability to kill things. And so you don't have to have, like, nearly the same struggle as normally, like, the first playthrough is like. You also do lose out on the crit bonus. The critical hit bonus is something that is a fairly substantial component of your damage score, especially monsters with high defense, because you'll do 1 damage without criticals. And critical hits are set to 0 for fists unless you've got a black belt. Now, 0 does not mean no criticals. It means there's a 1 in 201 chance of doing it in this version of the game. It's 3 in 256 in NES, but I think it's 1 in 201 in the remakes. Might be 1 in 200. Actually, you guys can probably afford to throw some fire as might have wanted to attack the mummies as well, see if we can get Bill level 16. Is there any way to buff criticals? No. Critical hit rate is an innate property of the weapon you got equipped. So it's got a formula based on the item that you hold in your hand. Guess I have to Thundara. Nothing else I can do. Not worth it to temper up here, even though that would save me 5 MP on each of the red mages. It would be a lot more damage overall. Oh, somebody got killed by Kraken. Yeah, that's a problem with black mages, not having any way to revive in NES. I mean, unless you got a red or white mage, you are equally boned, but black mage is going to feel it particularly hard. Oh, the birds. The birds! I guess another round of... Is Blizzard better than Thundara here? I think it might be. I think Blizzard might have a higher chance of one-shotting them, whereas Thundara I know is definitely 2. Yeah, there we go. Nice having Blizzard. I normally don't have Blizzard or Haste at this point. Bit of a luxury getting to pull it out. Okay, so 4th floor here. Mostly bad stuff still. A little bit less bad stuff overall than the 3rd floor, just because of the way that the encounter rates and the encounter formations are shifted around. But you almost entirely have to watch out for fights here, so you still want to save a bunch. That's lucky getting 2 preemptives in a row. Especially on things that I would rather not deal with. This is like the worst possible party to fight giants at. One of the better ones for Peninsula Power, but giants would not go well. We just do no damage, and we'd have to buff up every single time. They don't take any extra damage from any of the elemental types. Ooh, do I go for this? I'm just gonna run. I could fire that and hope that we could do enough damage to the bull to kill him, but I don't want to mess with him. Okay, here we go. So you're gonna get cured up. Everybody's cured here. Let's put Ace in the back. We can survive Blizzara guaranteed. I decided not to get Null Frost. That might have been a mistake. With Null Frost, I would essentially not to worry about Lich physicaling everybody after the Blizzara goes off. But you have to like really retry the fight a bunch for it to happen before Lich's Blizzara cast, because the white mage is very slow. That would have worked because he decided to punch somebody instead of cast a spell. 162, are we going to be okay? Let's see what Ace's damage is like. 94, alright. We are not okay. We need to get some more tempers in. Stay alive, Cal. Stay alive. 200 damage so far. Now, the great thing is that your damage output is going to go up very quickly as these tempers land. The bad thing is that Lich will very quickly get to nasty parts of his spell cycle. Go try that. There we go. Don't get paralyzed, and we got this. See you later, Bill. You're a valuable member of the team for a short period of time. Down an ace, down an ace. Perfect, Dan, take a nap. Lich goes down a little bit over 2 hours. Not bad. It was 5.5 hours to kill Lich with a 4 thief party. That's how much better it is to have a party with no weapons than it is to have 4 thieves. Less than half the time. And we didn't even use anything that's unique to GBA, so this is actually tougher than the Lich fight we did there. Like, we didn't use the Fangs at all. We didn't use... well, that's really it. Like, Fangs would be the only thing that would even apply. Like, I used the Hermes shoes, but I actually legitimately have the haste spell here. I was just using the Hermes shoes to get it out of my inventory. Phoenix down there. Alright, so we do have a couple Curas. Just drop those to make sure there's no problems walking outside. Temper does not work on NES, correct. Temper, Saber, Lock, Lock 2, pretty much anything that buffs your party or debuffs the enemies is broken. Like focus and all that. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff that just does not work at all. But the really painful ones, Temper and Saber, are the ones that you most want to have, because they would really swing a lot of the battles. Okay, with Earth Cave out of the way, time to go visit the Circle of Sages. We're going to go ahead and also get Ace all of his silver gear. I decided not to go to Crescent Lake early. You can do this as soon as you blow up with the canal, though. I used to do this as part of the NES Marathon route, is actually go to Crescent Lake before Earth Cave. That was back in the RPG Limit Break 2015 days when I was doing the run for that. And the reason I stopped is because eventually you can kind of work out strats that are going to keep you alive even without that extra armor, as long as you're relatively careful about your spells charges and you stick to the manipulations that we have now for being able to navigate Earth Cave. Hey, Hyrule, welcome in. Yeah, Twitch had some problems yesterday. I apologize for not streaming, but for like 6 hours, streams were not going live properly, so I don't like to do long streams or planned long stream sessions when that's happening. It's very likely that you have to give up for the night, and for a speedrun, that's painful. If you're just doing, like, here's a 20-minute game, and you might lose one run of it, it's like, I don't mind so much, but something that's like 6-7 hours, I wouldn't want to do again just because of Twitch being problematic. All right, there we go. That's a lot of experience. I'll take that. That's level 17 now. Next is 4 Thieves, no weapons, no spells, no items, and no class change. I mean, if you got 4 Thieves, like, you're pretty much set for a good time. Everything else is superfluous about being difficult. Oh, there you go. Actually, Blizzard. Blizzard's got a higher base attack power, so it'll do a little bit more damage than Thundara will. None of these should be resistant to any of the elemental types, so if we can't run, I will go ahead and freeze them to death. 2 casts of Blizzard, I think, should do it. Maybe not. We won't find out. Casties hit really hard. They do hit really hard. Luckily, you have some ice spells, and that will help out with gas dragons. All right, we need one of those, 2 of those. We have a helm already. We need some gloves. So I keep Hermes shoes around for anything. I mean, it can make the white mage potentially useful in a fight, just throwing the Hermes shoes instead of having the red mages go and use a round of haste, but it's more likely that I'm just hoarding it and it's going to clog up my inventory unnecessarily. Okay, get some ethers. We have a bunch of tents left over. We need more Phoenix Downs. That's going to be a heavily used item. I have a whole bunch of potions as well, which I should probably just get rid of. I'll use them in Ordeals and Ice Cave. When I suggest 3 black mages and a white mage, or 2 black mages and 2 white mages for a PS1 normal mode challenge run. Probably 3 black mages and a white mage. My thinking is that you want to have more attackers for spellcasts. Oh, that's good. Can I get 3 rounds out of this? Now, we'll skip it. So the black mages with the fire 2s, lit 2s, haste and tempers and so on is a better choice overall than the white mage. One white mage is great, so that you have on normal difficulty a way to get life spells at a reasonable level. Like that's actually really big, having the ability to revive. Whether you need 2 people with the ability to revive and whether that's worth giving up your buffs and attacks, I think that's really, really hard to say that would be worth it. Like, if something goes seriously wrong, just memo save and do it again. Like, that's much easier than having the backup for the backup person. But there's lots of situations where you finally get a difficult fight down, but somebody died, and rather than having to reset, the life spell would come in handy for that. Plus, it helps having more cure casts for like Temple of Fiends. That place is going to run you out of potions pretty quickly. When we get to ordeals, I'll finally get an attack item for my white mage. I'll be able to have 3 characters do stuff per round. It'll be glorious. That will help out quite a lot, so that you'll actually see more damage with the white mage using the gauntlets than with the red mages casting it naturally. And that's because the white mage's got a higher intelligence stat for the most part. It's not strictly true. Like, you might have really good red mages or a really bad white mage, and it'll vary a little bit during the course of the night. Like, as you get levels, sometimes the red mages will have a big streak, sometimes the white mages will, and so on. But it's a generally good formula. Go ahead, drop the second tent. This will get me full MP. Ooh, we can do nightmares. We got Blizzara, and that will hopefully kill him in 2 casts. Actually, everything here is really good. I've got Whiz Mummies, Zombles, Zombie Ds, Medusas, Nightmares. Still don't want to fight Argoyles or Mancats, but those can be killed with Landara. This is probably one spot where not having weapons is not like a huge deal. Random with Monk, Thief, Red Mage, and Black Mage. That's a pretty balanced party. I will be happy if I get something like that for my random party. That is respectable good damage dealing. A little bit of problems with HP maybe. But if you can out offense things, then that party should do really well. And after the Thief turns into a ninja, can start wearing some gear, cast some Black Wizard spells. You'll have 3 people buffing on that Monk. It'll shred the late game. Yeah, we won't get the Zeus Gauntlets early. Doesn't make that big of a difference. Let's go ahead and pick up potentially a little bit of experience here with Medusas. Hopefully we don't get turned to stone. He's doing some work with those fists. He's trying. Latest random was 2 white mages, a fighter, and a thief. That's not quite as good of a party. With no melee attackers and no HP, it's really tough. I mean, I guess you do have the one fighter you could stick up there. And then maybe the white mages would be able to protect the thief for a while. I don't want to deal with Mancats. Mancats somewhat uncomfortable for taking down. Is the PSP version the best? If you are not going to be abusing glitches, then I would recommend the PSP version as your best choice. The PSP version has really good graphics and sound. It's got a good encounter rate so that you don't have encounters every step of the way. It's got very nice affordances for like UI and things like that. The problem is that for speedrunning, it's got a really big game-breaking glitch. So unless you have a somewhat arbitrary category, it's tough to have really interesting runs on it. It's still interesting to do, but it's like a very different experience than most Final Fantasy playthroughs. Good XP there. 1 Agamorth of experience for doing that Nightmare pair. So good. Now I'm going to go ahead and get the heal staff. Get ambushed by Whiz Mummies and reset. Get the heal staff and then do Nightmares again. You have to do them again if you want to get the heal staff in this version. NES, there's a little bit of a cutout. Like the corner 1 step north and west of me. didn't exist. And so you can get the heal staff and then clip through that as a way to avoid having to do this fight a second time. But alas, no, they fixed that here by just filling it in so that you have to walk into the trap tile a second time. We'll take another Agamother experience, though. Not a bad start to the day. Alright, over here we get a Ruby Armlet. That's going to be a nice armor upgrade for my White Mage. Let's actually try to kill him. If I get petrified, I won't bother, but we'll give it a shot. We need to get both fires off. I thought it'd only be one, but well, Gur Medusa is weak to fire. It looks like regular Medusas are not. There we go. We're good. Go ahead and sell those later. Sell that. Here's my armlet. You just optimal and then remove healing staff. We don't want you to have any weapon at all, not even a staff. Steel gloves should not be good because we do come out of here post having gone to Crescent Lake for all the silver stuff. 40 MP. 2 casts should be enough for Zombies. As long as we don't get another encounter, then I don't take Ether up before this. Money. We're gonna want money into the right. There we go. Got our Zeus Gauntlet. Go ahead and grab our tail here. And I do have an emergency exit if I want to be a jerk and skip the Zombie D fight. I don't know why you'd want to do that though, because the Zombie Ds are a pretty good experience, especially for a party like this that can easily kill them. Should have used the emergency exit in the Marsh Cave, I guess. Although it's actually got a reasonable encounter rate compared to most other dungeons, so who knows? Maybe I'll keep on to that emergency exit for unnecessarily long amounts of time. We'll just never find a good place to use it at. 2 Zombie Ds. Well, you can Gauntlet. Diara, Fyra. I think Bill Diara plus Ace Thundara is better than Bill Thundaring, especially for the level that we're at right now. Let's see what we have for the Diara. Yeah, definitely. 140 there. No way that Thundara by Bill would have done as much. Go ahead and snag another fight. I should still use Gauntlets because we don't have a good attack. So used to having the ability to just, have Ace more or less one-shot most things. At this point with the Frostbrand, you got a pretty good weapon compared to what you had before. So even relatively beefy monsters will generally go down pretty quickly to that fighter. Like a Zombie D, even though it's a fairly high-end one, is like 2 hits with the Frost Sword. Yeah, we're done. I don't think it's worth doing more Zombie Ds here. We'll do some eyes. We're gonna go over to the ice cave. And we'll see what the eye has to say about our progress here. So, normally level 31 is where I end up there at the end of the ice cave grind. I may or may not be able to do that. The problem is that I will be casting a lot of spells with the red wizards just to kill the eye, because I don't have a way to attack him normally. I could do Agamas, maybe, but I think I'll at least try a couple of eyes and see how that goes. And if it turns out the eye is just too slow, like if it's more than a round to kill, then the Agama with Blizzara, I think, would be a better alternative. Weaponless run on NES with all white mages. I think that would be a wonderful thing for you to stream. I hope you do it and show the world how it's done. Where's my little cove? There it is. All right, so wait for that little bit of land there. It's one tile that shows up on this version of the game. You can actually see the turn a lot better in NES because of the different aspect ratio for the screen. GBA does not have a lot of vertical resolution. So notice that the screen is much wider than it is tall. Whereas NES games was closer to square. It's 4x3 for NES. Internally, it's actually 3x2, and it's your television that stretches out to 4x3. But people are used to the 4x3 or roughly square aspect ratio the NES has, and then later on they got more and more towards widescreen for portable devices as well as for home systems. And that meant for these re-releases, they had to do something about visibility. And they didn't do a bad job. Like, you can see enough about where you're going that you're not going to get lost that easily. If you want to see what it can be like difficulty-wise, Dragon Warrior 1 for the Game Boy, when I streamed that, you cannot see where anything is. It's just like too small of a view in there, and the maps were designed with the full screen around it, so navigation is actually very, very hard in that remake version. This one you could mostly get away with. Actually, I want to have... So you can attack. You're going to go ahead and gauntlet here. I'm a little bit worried about getting the successful runoff. So we're going to get triple Thundara here. And hopefully nobody dies. Gator does a lot of damage. Hydra not as much, but 2 Gator hits could make any of Bill Collardan have a bad day. Especially Collardan. There goes the Gators. One more round will be fine. So weird Ace being like completely useless except for boss battles. Like, he swings from being the worst member of the party to the best by huge factors depending on what you're doing. Here we go, let's start it. Plenty of potions, ethers, Phoenix Downs. The question of how long they last, though. Okay, we're level 20 right now, which is... that's surprising. Level 20 is not too far off from where I would normally be in a run. Not the terrible ice cave. Okay. Our bones I can deal with. The one good encounter in the ice cave. This one right here. Even this one does a lot of damage. It's just so much better than anything else, though, that it's a relief every time it shows up. Okay, west. Let's go ahead. These guys again. I don't trust our running ability. Let's gauntlet Fyra. Fyra? Alright, nobody got petrified. As long as nobody gets petrified, it's a one-round fight. I guess there's a slight chance the mummies could put enough people to sleep to cause me a problem, but petrification is a much bigger worry overall. Oh, can we get greedy? Oh, yes, so greedy. Not doing that floor, even though it's like 3 tiles long, after how long I walked on floor 2. Not messing with that at all. Undead ambush. I'm going to pass. I think we'll try that again. What do I think about the Final Fantasy 1 randomizer? I think it's a neat way to play. There's a lot of people that do enjoy randomizer runs as a way to experience a game in a different way than just having played it over and over again with the same content. I don't do a lot of randomizers myself because from a speedrunning perspective, you can't really compare one run to another. Like, they're different. And it doesn't work very well to do like a single seed randomizer when, you know, nobody else is comparing against your seed. It's just like, there's not like a lot of interesting strategies that are going to get put together from that. But definitely for races, I love watching randomizer races. They're a lot of fun, and pretty much like the only thing speed gaming channel does is like randomizer races, it seems. Metroid randomizer, Link to the Past randomizer, Zelda 1 randomizer. My personal favorite, Link to the Past, because that one does have really good commentary for what they did for it, and also it's the easiest one to understand what's happening. Like the randomizer for Link to the Past, there's like actual kind of flow to the game, even though everything's shuffled and nobody knows what's what. It's like you can kind of explain like, these are the things that are open. These are the reasons why you want to go off and like tackle this part of the world or so on. And the Link to the Past just kind of works really well in a randomizer context. Other games are not as good, but Link to the Past just like, it seems to be like the perfect fit for randomizer in general. Dragon Warrior randomizer, that looks pretty fun too, just because it does map randomization, which most other games don't try that. Map randomization is basically saying we're going to randomize the entire overworld, so it really is like playing almost a completely new game every time that you sit down and do it. I should pass Silver Armlet to you. Okay. So I got the upgrade for Ace to get the Frost Armor. That's a really nasty fight against Frosties there, but if you can do that, then you have, what is it, 10 extra Absorb compared to the Iron Armor, and also a 13 lower weight penalty, which is 6.5% better chance of dodging attacks. That's not so fun. Yeah, we're not surviving that. I think the game needs a sequence break. There are things that you can do to skip parts of it that they've intentionally left in for the randomizer. I think it's an option, actually. Things like whether or not you need the Mystic Key in certain late game dungeons, whether or not you need the crown to activate the teleporter, whether or not you need to kill the vampire to get the ruby. Those are things which they've put customization in. The base game was very tough against sequence breaks. Like, there is nothing that I do in the speedrun for the NES game, or for, you know, GBA or PSX for that matter, that was not really considered a legitimate strat by the developers. Like, they would recognize the way that you play the game like perfectly, and that is different than almost every other game that we kind of talked about for that era for speedrunning, because most RPGs, to get to a reasonable length, it involves very heavy sequence breaking or other tricks to skip over content. Otherwise, just kind of sit through too much, especially like games that have cutscenes, where it's like the number of hours that a cutscene in a game are like dominating what the overall pace is like. Grab the 10,000 gold there. I'm not planning to do this again, so assuming this goes well, I can use my emergency exit at the end of this. More wizards. I'm gonna have to move that Zeus Gauntlet up to the top, because Bill's gonna be doing that all the time. That's pretty much Bill's like #1 go-to move in combat here. List 2 giving you a hard time with the black mages. That's tough, unless you got a lot of levels. At least it's early in the dungeon. Like, the amount of stuff that you have to do again for a lit attempt on NES. Rough, well, let me make sure I correctly get this. If you're doing encounter manipulation, the number of things that you have to worry about prior to Lich are relatively low. If you're not doing encounter manipulation, I can understand why it's going to be very painful, because you're going to have to do all of the upstairs battles, which some of them are actually pretty bad, especially like the gas dragons and things. So I would not want to do that without encounter manipulation as a way to make those fights easier. Alright, so Mithril Shield is going to be replaced by Ice Shield. Let's get these potions. Get everybody stocked up on life. And Punch. Oh, we're going to move this. Gauntlets. I guess Blizzara. Blizzara should do a little bit more damage than the Thundara spell would for Calordian. And Fire is also the same in terms of attack power. Alright, so let's sort this up. So we're going to have Gauntlets here. Let's move Potion up here temporarily. I don't need these other ones for right now. Get our Floater. 2.5 hours to Floater is not bad for a no weapon challenge. This is like a heavily restrictive way of playing. And now I can go ahead and do that. I want to at least test to see if 3 Thundaras is enough. It might not be, but this would save me a little bit of time menuing as well as a little bit of MP per cycle through this. Yeah, it's probably going to be just short unless the gauntlet rolls rather high. And we got him. Maybe that's going to be enough. Are there enemies that are immune to magic damage? There is nothing that's immune. Final Fantasy works on a normal resist strength system. So you got your normal damage, which is the typical range for the spell. You have the weakness, which is 50% bonus damage. And you have resistance, which is half damage. That's going to be true for everything that deals just straight up numbers for the damage. There are things that are going to be resistant to other effects besides the numerical calculation, but you can never do better than cutting a value in half. You have no more magic. That is a problem. I need to ether up. All right, 89 plus 57. So that's fairly close to being able to kill the eye with just 2 people. It's not going to work out until like we have another few levels, but that's a good sign. Like I feel like we can very consistently do the eye 1 round, maybe get him down to 2 actions per round as well. Go ahead, ether up here. You guys are actually going to be the primary people in this battle, unlike normal when it's the white mage doing all the work. That temporary Thundara there. Yeah, MP is going to be the big limiting factor for any particular trip, but you can buy 99 ethers. And since they're very cheap, I'm not going to have a problem. Like, I just need to restock on ethers between every dungeon that I go into, and it'll be fine. We'll never run out of MP on this. Well, the one thing I might worry about is not getting enough of my grind done, because I am spending a lot of MP per eye fight. It's 30 MP per eye, which is 0.6 ethers per eye. I mean, I guess if we can do that many fights overall, we'll have no problems. Like, I definitely don't do 100 eyes in the run normally. So who wants to bet on whether Ace ever gets an eye kill? He's doing 3 damage here. He might do more, but I don't think he will until much later in this grind. So he would need to have like a really perfect setup for him to get a kill in this one. Right now we're level 22 here. I'll at least try to go to my customary level 31. That way we can get a good pace for having Hialaga when we exit out Sea Shrine. Maybe even before Sea Shrine, depending on how Waterfall goes. That should be level 23. I think my plan for the stream will basically be to do the eye grind, exit out of Ice Cave, get my class change, and I will take a quick break at the unnecessary long hallways to go do a stretch. That should be at least halfway through this playthrough. Like, I can't imagine that the back half is going to take 3 hours, given that the difference between no weapons and weapons is significantly diminished once you have plenty of MP to do buffs and you've got some of the higher tier damage spells on top of that. Those really make it so that weapons are about accelerating the fights as opposed to making them possible in the first place. Okay, you guys both have like 6 more casts at the Thundara. So we got a while before I need to stock up on Red Mage MP again. Do some fires just for variety. Nice. Aces of 4 attacks per round. That's faster than I thought he would be. 4 attacks is a respectable amount here. That's going to be enough to take down the Fiend refights without having to try too hard. Because with haste, that'll double into 8 attacks per round. And then a couple of buffs will be enough for him to probably get 200 damage or so per attack. It's not going to be 300 damage. That would be if he got all the way to max in terms of the buffing. And if I only do 2 rounds of buffs, he's not going to get anywhere close to max. So maybe 200 per attack. Keeping an eye on their MP. So Cal's got 3 more casts at Thundara left. We'll try to ride this eye all the way until we run out of MP and also do the heal and the save at the same time. The one thing I didn't anticipate with this is that with no weapons, I have to actually do a ton more menuing because I'm selecting spells and things that are further down my menu every time. Normally, if you've got weapons, especially when you're in a part of the game where you're just kind of cruising through it, you either hold down the A button and just go and kill things with source things, or you hold down L and R and flee. But this one actually requires a whole lot more D-padding in order to make it through there, so my hand will definitely appreciate the rest when I take the break. There we go, Thunder again. So this will take up the last of our potions. We had 99 potions at the start of this, and they're just really filler at this point. They saved me a little bit of MP versus having Bill do Curas. But we should still have enough ethers, even with Bill also draining them. So we are now level 25. 24 for the White Mage, I guess, which is the most important person for levels here, thanks to needing Hilaga. Okay, ethers. Trying to think if there's anything that Ace might need MP for. Because I'm doing the grind before class change, he's missing out on all these level ups for gaining NP. He starts with 0 as a fighter, and he doesn't retroactively get credit for the levels at class change. Instead, after class change is when he starts acquiring MP for the first time. So the later that you do class change, the less MP that you're going to have, and the more you're going to have to work for in order to get any MP at all. And normally in this run, I don't ever need a knight to cast a spell. He's 100% focused on hitting things with his sword. That's not totally true here, because without his sword, he's much less capable, except when heavily buffed. But there's nothing I can really think about that Ace would be able to use those turns for. Like, at best, he'd be buffing himself defensive-wise so that he could dodge attacks better. And the Defender Sword used as an item also does the same thing for the Ruse spell. So he doesn't actually need the Ruse or Blink spell purchased or to be able to cast it. It'd only make a difference if I wanted to have him use the armor buff to increase his armor absorb rating. And I think that we're not going to be in battles long enough for that to make a difference. I mean, for that matter, it's not really going to make a difference for the Ruse spell either, which is why I don't typically use it in fights. Can you temper your fist? Yes. It works the same way. So basically, the temper spell adds to your attack power, regardless of what the components were for your strength score and your weapon score. So the formula is strength divided by 2 plus your attack power. Unless you're a black belt, in which case I think it's strength plus your level for your fist damage. And then temper anything else that buffs your attack power just adds to that number until it caps at 255. Which is why eventually you see that, like the Chaos Battle, I stop tempering and start doing things like throwing speed drinks as a way to further increase my attacks. Because it will just do nothing for your benefit. You'll hit 255 and then it just stops. I will need a lot of tempers for Chaos, but it's less than you think. The difference between Defender, which is a sword I normally have at the end of the game, and Fists is 4 tempers. The difference between that Fists and Masamune is like 6 tempers, so it's a couple of extra rounds of buffing, but I've shown off having a White Mage punch Chaos to death in this version of the game with the normal levels I have for the speedrun. Hey, Antornis, welcome in. Yeah, Masamune is saving me 1 round of buffs. And since getting to Masamune is probably at least a minute and a half, and that's assuming you got warp. If you don't have warp, it's longer because you'd have to backtrack as well. It's totally not worth it. Unless there's like some compelling reason why you absolutely need those rounds. Like if you didn't have the White Mage with Hilagas, it's a lot harder to stay alive. And so maybe you'd want the Masamune as a way to make it so that you didn't have to deal with Chaos as long. The Mega Elixir strat for this game reasonably deals with it just by having enough Mega Elixirs to throw and keep people up and running. But that requires farming those for a while, and most people don't like to do that. Is the Vorpal good for its crit rate? The Vorpal, NES-wise, is caught up in the same bug as all the other weapons for critical hit rates. So while it was intended to be a super good sword and critical hit all the time compared to everything else, it actually doesn't. It's kind of a middle of the pack. It's like 2/3 of the way down the critical hit lace. So it's like better than average, but way worse than the common swords you're gonna have around that point, like Excalibur, Masamune, Sunblade, Defender, and so on. So it's basically less attack power, less accuracy, as good or slightly worse critical hit rate. So it's nowhere near the interesting sword that it was kind of intended to be. And they really didn't fix the critical hit rates much in the remakes. Like, they adjusted some of them, but you'll notice that they are much tighter in ranges than I think the NES intended versions were. Like, they were meant for like some swords to have 3 times the critical hit rates of other swords, and instead it's like a 50% bonus. Nucleus Lich 2, congratulations! You got a run going then. That'll really help out with your heal potion total going down. You need to have good luck on the remaining fiend fights though, so hopefully none of the fiends decides to get nasty. Bane is a tough one because of not having the 4th ribbon. Kraken, of course, for the physical damage. Like, if you can get to Chaos with everybody alive, that's usually a good sign. Okay, I have only one more Lit 2 after this. I probably should have ethered up while I was in that menu. Can't get enough ethers for this party with how many spells they're going to be casting. The funny thing is, like, 35 is not much off what it's getting, because it's roughly around the 35th item in the list. It's just that everybody else has got wildly higher crit hit rates than was intended. And, well, I could say that was intended for the way that, weapons were coded, but when you think about the game being balanced based on what actually happens in the game, that's the reason why if you have, the bugs fixed, it makes the game much easier, and so you have to rebalance things to compensate. The game Final Fantasy I NES was balanced for the boss fights on what the weapons did. They didn't recognize that the critical hits were happening too often, and so other aspects were adjusted to compensate. If you didn't have the high critical hit rates, you probably want to have less armor on some of the late game monsters, like Tiamat with 100, Chaos with 100, Kraken 2 with 80. Those are monsters which probably would get, maybe 20% less armor as a way to make it so that you didn't have to have critical hit rates to be able to kill them. Should I kill Cal here? It's probably too late to really get him killed off with how unlikely the eye is to get in, I think, 5 Thundaras at this point. And we're pretty close to more or less getting the Thundaga spell, which is really nice if Cal has it. So the trade-off here is that if I kill Cal early enough in this process, we'll level up faster. Like, you'll save a bunch of eyes. You need about, well, you're going to get 1/3 more experience per eye if there's 3 characters instead of 4. Or I guess 25% more, 1/3 less, depending on how you want to look at it. There's a big difference there. Once you get to a certain point, though, you're not going to get that many fewer eyes, so it's not saving you a bunch of time. And Cal not having Thundaga means that Sea Shrine, I basically have to run away from everything, because Thundaga is really important for being able to kill stuff there. You can kill Wizzags with 1 cast, but almost everything else that is lightning-based needs 2 casts that is worth fighting, like Gersharks and Deep Eyes and things like that need 2 casts. Watermentals are ice, so they're not affected by that. But a lot of the good experience is going to come from Thundaga kills. Who's going to be punching Chaos to death? I mean, we got a White Mage. Seems good enough to me. Maybe we'll use the fighter, but the White Mage is potentially going to put in some work. Maybe Dan. Maybe Dan can punch Chaos to death. A lot of choices here. Everybody except for Cal is on the table at this point. I don't think I have enough damage yet for Gauntless plus Blizzara to kill him. So we're sticking with the 3 casts. Thundara just being a little bit cheaper than Blizzara. If it doesn't make a difference for spells, and maybe it will for Count, as I saw him doing an 85. That is definitely an increase in his intelligence stat from before. Let's watch that one more time. If Cal's matched Bill at this point for damage, then we might want to switch to Blizzara on him. Yeah, so Dan's doing 48. Bill in the 80s. And let's watch Cal, see if Cal's also in the 80s. In which case, Cal's gotten really lucky intelligence compared to Dan. Yeah, okay. That's the disparity big enough for it to make a difference. Problem though is I think Dan is faster. So probably still going to be 3 rounds of combat. Or 3 actions of combat. Actually, a better way of testing is have Dan punch. If I'm looking at the numbers right, though, then it should be high 160s for damage, which is enough to kill him. Yeah, definitely. That's going to be 180s with the Blizzara. You can just punch, you're going to Blizzara. And it saves me having to pick a spell for one of my 3 people. It also significantly reduces my ether consumption, assuming that we went here for a longer time. Ethers would eventually become an issue. They should be okay in this, because one more round of ethers will still leave me like 30 or so. And I can emergency exit out rather than having to do the rest of the cave. That means I don't have to do the bottom floor at all. I picked up the 40,000 gold, the 10,000 gold, the frost armor and all that, so no reason to go back down there. Oh, and I have more ethers than I thought. I thought we were down to 50 already. We have a ton. Okay, so we're good. Only 2 levels left to go anyway. Took a while, though, for Cal to get that intelligence stat to develop. It seems like a really big cliff. Like, you'll notice that the jumps are not very smooth in terms of the increase. Like, it'll go almost in like multiples of 20. So there must be like some threshold, like a multiplier value for it. It'd be nice if it was like a very smooth one. So like every point of intelligence gave you like some percentage bonus to your damage scores. Just so that you wouldn't have to kind of fret about like, did they hit the number or not? The next level we see should be 30. Bill will be 1 kill behind because of being dead at Astos. Other than that, there's not much I need to pay attention to for this eye grind. We haven't had a single off-tile encounter. That's actually pretty uncommon. Worries me. Worries me greatly that the monsters have not been threatening us like they normally do. I mean, on average, you probably only have 1 off-tile encounter during this process. You don't take that many steps in total. Like, I would consider 2 to be a little bit unlucky, and anything more than 2 to be, like, very, very poor luck for the trip through here. Alright, there we go. 30 on Bill this one. So we'll just be looking for that 31 after that. Should be somewhere around like 8 eyes, I think, with 4 members alive. Would there be any reason to consider going into one of the bonus dungeons for this challenge? I don't think for this challenge, because the only thing that's easily accessible, and this would take a while, is getting the ribbon from the fire shrine. That would give a 4th ribbon to me and make it so that both red mages can stay alive during the chaos battle. But I don't need everybody to stay alive. Even with fists, we're gonna have plenty of haste and tempers and giant's gloves and speed drinks and so on, assuming that we've got enough recovery. And I have a mega elixir I got from the 15 puzzle. I've got enough 2 elixirs, I think, from the 15 puzzle as well. We have a 3rd elixir at Phantom. There's so many things I can do to keep my white mage MP up that we should have no problem with chaos. Maybe if he gets fast off. That's something I might need to think about. The problem with Chaos Fasted is he does like 700 damage with his punch, and that's really tough to keep up with. So you kind of want to have a bunch of defenses up or a bunch of ruses up so that he misses. It's probably easier to get the defenses up, but it takes a lot of stacks for it to make a difference, whereas ruse should max out sooner. He's still at 4 attacks. I don't know when he gets 5 attacks. That's probably going to be a while. I do know that the red mages get a ridiculous number of attacks per round just by their base stats. Like, we should see the red mages doing 5 attacks by the end of the run, I think. Okay, 30 here. We have 3 more casts with Cal. I don't think I can swap over to Dan. Maybe he got an intelligence bonus with that last level. That'll make it enough so that Dan Blizzara plus Bill Gauntlets will kill the eye. Is it worth going on to Chaos if a member died? When did they die? Like, if you are past Kraken, yeah, go for it. Because you've got the Masamune. Not really worth resetting over. Like, at least give it an attempt. Oh, Team at 2? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. 100%. I mean, you only have 3 ribbons anyway, so it's very highly likely that that 4th person would have died to Earthquake at the start of the Chaos battle. Or just spell damage, so I don't think you're really missing out on much starting Chaos with 3 people. Kind of miss the Agamas. We can go visit the Agamas. We fought a bunch of Agamas when we were doing the all bonus dungeons because Agamas give you a bunch of experience and you can get 4 of them at a time in Temple of Fiends. Ooh, this is a pile of junk. Okay, Tiara, Fire, Gauntlets. I think we even just hit 31 on that fight. And I didn't need to step off to the left. I could have just gone to my menu. Hey, Highborn, how does this work? The first 2 hours was the most exciting part of it because you don't really have good spells. You don't have any real way to do damage. Like, it took us 25 minutes to beat Garland. The pirates were not bad after Garland went down because you have temper at that point. Astos, well, the wizards were tough. That one took a couple of tries, but then Astos, I think, was fairly good. Again, using tempers. Lich was really good because I had Hermes shoes from the 15 puzzle. That gave me a good option there. You know what? I'm just going to use this. We're not doing this floor again. However, now that we've done most of our leveling, except for like the random encounters when you just want to sword things, there is not a huge difference for this party. Like, it'll be a little bit tougher on the boss fights. Random encounters that I could just pick up free experience on, I can't. I have to run away or do a whole bunch of spell cast to make up for not having the fighter at the front. But I think I could probably finish the game in under 2 hours from here. Like, let's make that the goal. Under 5 hours. Will we do it? I think we will. But if it goes well, it could be under an hour and a half. It's not like it's that much more time for any of the fights. It's probably 2 extra rounds for the Fiend fights as well as for the Chaos fight. I can pretty easily afford to do that for any of the bosses. None of them are that close to being able to kill the party. Although I will note that we still cannot run from Sahags at level 31. They're that fast. It's really unfair. Might be the big eyes. Those also, or not big eyes, odd eyes. Those could also be pretty speedy. But it's ridiculous that you'll probably start seeing them flee because they're afraid of you before you can outspeed them. Hey, Dragonfire, welcome in. Alright, let's get our airship. This is the joyous time of the stream where we no longer have to smell that pirate-infested boat 1 second longer. I don't know what the pirates did on that boat before we got it, but it does not smell pleasant. The Sahags have home field advantage. They're standing on my boat. The Sahags have jumped onto the boat where they are no longer in water. I don't see how this gives them any advantage at all. Like, I don't even know how the shark stays alive while standing on the dock of my boat. We just sail around and wait for the shark to die. We don't have to kill it ourselves. Should try this on NES. No weapons on NES. Like, if you have black belts, not a problem. Not a problem. But if you want to do it with another party, then it would be moderately challenging. You could do it, but it would be a real pain at the start. I should probably get ace healed. Black belts being so good at unarmed is the reason why I didn't change my party composition up. Otherwise, you know, we could get probably like 3.5 hours with a black belt unarmed party. Not much slower than a speedrun with fighters. Here we go, presto changeo. We are changing some classes. Congratulations, Too Many. That's pretty good. So, Doing here has been doing 4 black mages, I guess black wizards now, for NES, which is a fairly substantial challenge. Without the ability to cast life, anybody that you lose, you have to get back to a clinic, and that means Temple of Fiends is way harder. You don't have a lot of HP or other options. You can't really buff with Temper, and so 2,000 hit points is a pretty sizable amount to get through. Black Wizard with a Masamune does not do a ton of damage even with haste, but it's been done. Where do I want to go? I've already got haste and temper. I'm going to do the bottle, and I'm going to do... I'm going to do the bottle, and I'm going to do Gaia here. Oh, nice. Yeah, if he doesn't do spells, you're in much better shape thanks to not getting Cure 4'd. Cure 4 when you don't have a lot of attack power is like the worst thing because you're really going to get worried about Nuke at that point. It's unlikely that he'll wrap around to a second Cure 4. Like, you do have enough opportunities to go and kill him, but keeping people alive, especially black wizards for a Nuke, is a dicey proposition. Can you land on top of the caravan in this version? No, that was only the original version of the game. They fixed that problem in the remake, sadly. One of the many bug fixes that were done that make the game what it is today. one of the few that make it harder. So almost all the other bug fixes make the game easier in general. Okay, let's go ahead, sell that flame sword. Don't need that. Don't need that ice brand. Chainmail, not really helpful. Okay, yeah, just get rid of this old armor that's been clogging up my inventory. I can get rid of the Harmony shoes. Like, we have plenty of other ways of casting haste now. We got no need for tents or sleeping bags. I did get rid of all my potions while I was in there, so yep. Let's get... Yeah, we'll just get the 1 ruby armlet. We'll get our 4 pearl rings. I'm not getting 2 ruby armlets because you will have the diamond armlet pretty soon at the Sea Shrine. That's actually better than the ruby armlet is, so no reason to get that short-term rental. I think 16 Phoenix Downs should be enough. Maybe we'll need a couple more cottages, but we are really good on cash. I'll go buy the Thundara spells and all the spells at Melmond now, and I should have no problem affording them. Maybe if I want to get Praetorian and Visra, I would be a little bit in worse shape, because that's 13,000 a pop for each of those spells, and we have 3 people that can cast them, but I think we'll be fine on Chaos without it. Wiped on Chaos the first time with all red mages. All red mages at least has a very good chance of getting through the dungeons in the first place. Like, you don't have to worry about them, you know, dying over and over again for no good reason. Usually there's a good reason why they're dying. Thundaga. Yeah, we're not going to do Praetorian and Visra. I think we need to have everybody casting Tempers, except for Chaos, which is, again, something that I've done quite a bit with Barehanded, so I don't think it's going to be a dramatically tough one. Does Canary even have a dungeon? Like, what are they doing with Garland? Is he in prison? Have they made sure that he's not just reoffending, kidnapping princesses, and messing with the flow of time again? You know, we're fine. I'll just drop a cottage when we get up to Ice Cave. Not Ice Cave, up to Waterfall. I will probably take any battles that are useful experience in Waterfall, because I'm imagining that Sea Shrine I'm going to have to run away from things a little bit more aggressively than normal. Actually, let's just kill these guys. Gauntlets. Thundaga? All of the problems that we experience are due to the inadequacies of the Canarian justice system. I mean, it's a disappointing revelation, but it might be true. If it wasn't for Coneria not being able to keep Garland in jail, we would never have had to gone to Melmond. That's how much they've hurt us. Let's go ahead and cottage here. Normally I wouldn't bother cottaging. So let's get rid of this other potion. I didn't know those were in my inventory still. Normally I wouldn't bother cottaging, but because we are actually much more spell heavy here than normal, if I do get any monsters that I want to kill, then it will probably take me at least 1, if not 2 extra spells to do it. Yeah, don't knock it when, especially NES, you win on very, very slim margins. There's a lot of times where, I don't know why you're casting Kiraga. Why, Cal? There's a lot of times in NES where survival is by very, very small amounts. Bill, why do you have a weapon? Did you get that? That must have been the heal staff. I'm gonna reset so that it doesn't record that attack. No damage done by weapons. There we go. Get that out of there. Make sure nobody else has a weapon either. Okay, we're good. Now we're blocked by bats. Bill's such a lawbreaker. Bill is losing the privilege to fight Chaos now. We're gonna punch Chaos with Ace. Bill had a chance, and then totally disrespecting the meta. Hey, Dragon Dark, welcome in. Hope you're having a good night here. We're at a stage where I think we're in pretty good shape for the no weapon run. It's a really hard start. But once we got past... I think once we got past the Earth Cave, it was not bad. And I think the end game is going to be not bad either. Punch Chaos with Dan, that is an option. Normally I need to have Dan buffing, but maybe I can work something out here. Alright, these guys weak to ice and difficult to run from, so especially when there's two of them, you might as well take this fight. It's one Agama worth. Not really the best deal here. Like, you really want to do 1.5 plus Agamas at this point. Soon to be 2 Agamas. Like, I would even say that unless you've got a reason for extra experience, skip it here and do more in Sea Shrine, where double Gershark's 1.8 Agamas. Like, that's some serious Agama rewards once you're at to 1.8. 1.5 is barely enough to get you excited, and 1 is not even worth considering. Hey, Time Server, welcome in. Nice preemptive. First try run. Alright, that's a whole lot of jerk birds. I'm going to drop... I guess Thundaga is my best choice here. Can't class Blizzaga for a while longer, so nothing is going to beat Thundaga as long as they don't have lightning resistance. The Perilous have got fire resistance. Cockatrices are neutral to everything, so Thundaga it is. Blizzara would work equally well, but this is more overkill. Hello, robot. Are you a good robot? Are you going to walk to the south for me? Or are you a bad robot? I'm going to walk to the east. Let's find out. You're a bad robot. I will pick up the Defender Sword here because I can use that as an item, even though I'm not going to equip it ever. So that is everything from Waterfall. We're going to go on to Sea Shrine next. Giant's Gloves, of course, Ribbon, and my normal gear up at the Mermaid floor. There's actually, in the speedrun, no more weapons that I bother getting for the rest of the game. So the Defender that you get at Waterfall, you'd equip onto your fighter for attacking, but that'd be your last weapon pickup. And that means if we can do things fine at this point, then we should be fine for pretty much everything in the late game. And I think we're going to be fine. I think it's all going to turn out well. Hey, XM13, thanks so much for the host there. Here's my gauntlets. Gonna go ahead. Braga, this is an unrunnable battle. There is an option for Frostwolf to appear here. They decided not to appear, but the Frost Giant Frostwolf encounter is unrunnable. The other unrunnable encounters you need to know about are Ogre Mage Cerberus. And, oh, there's one more I think here as well. It's one of the ones I don't normally see in the speedrun routes. If I see it, I'll point it out. Alright, so what can we sell? Probably that silver helmet can go. Those gloves are gone. Those gloves are gone. We don't actually need the heal staff. That'll prevent problems, so I just picked that up for cash, and I should have sold that earlier. I do want to have the defender, and unfortunately that's going to make it so I can't optimize Ace, because optimization is going to make it equip on him, since he has nothing else in his inventory so far. Hey, Jason, welcome in. Go ahead, drop that cottage. When we come out, we will get Hilaga, so don't forget that. Right now, usually I'm going to be high level 31, maybe level 32 if I took a ridiculous amount of fights in Waterfall. But by the end of this, we have to be 33. That has no problem, because right before the end, like after picking up the ribbon at the very last bit, before you go down to Kraken's floor, there is a very nice grind spot with Gersharks and Wizzahags and a trap tile. So you want to pick up 33 there, then do Kraken to make sure that you've got 33 before leaving. And then all is good. If you don't have 33 before leaving, then all is bad, because Hilaga is really important, and you don't want to come back to Anrak a second time. It's a long walk. Do I want the Maid Staff? There's probably some things that the White Mage could help out with Fire 2s, but I think the Faragas by the Red Wizards is going to be enough for anything that is weak to fire. We've got Ghosts in here, we've got Zombuls at Lufania, we've got Vampires in Mirage Tower, and all of those go down with no more than 2... not Remedy. Where's your gauntlets? There it is. No more than 2 Faragas. Ooh, Cal is doing good damage there. Still not seeing much intelligence out of Dan. Maybe that's to be expected. Okay, there's 32. What we're going to do is sort up gauntlets. I don't have to keep searching for them. Let's go optimize. Oh, caps. Why would we have caps? So for some reason, it doesn't replace the cap with a ribbon, even though they are both 1 absorb items, and the ribbon is otherwise tremendously better. If your current armor or your current weapon is equal to the other thing that is in your inventory, doesn't swap it out. So I don't think there is any like preferred order if you already got one. If you have nothing on and there's 2 equal ones, then there is a way it picks between the 2. And that confused me a little bit, because I assume it would pick all the time if there was 2 equal ones, but it's only in the case that you are definitely wanting to swap something. So I think as long as I keep the ribbon on, I will not have it overwritten by a cap. Ow, that hurt. Hurts a lot. Faraga should also hurt a lot, especially by Cal. Yeah, Dan's nowhere close to damaging them to take him out, but I think Cal, this could one-shot him. Let's see what the number is. That's a good number. Go ahead, grab the diamond ammo there. There's my last armor upgrade. Diamond armlet goes on to White Wizard, and then Ruby armlet gets passed down to the other Red Wizard at this point. I don't bother picking up the White Robe, because it's actually only as good as the Ruby armlet in terms of absorb. It does have some nice elemental resistances, but you've got ribbons, so those are a much more effective way of doing it. Alright, so you're going to put that on, take that defender off. Oh, don't give him diamond armlet. You get that, you get that. Oh, quit giving people defenders. I might have to throw the defender away just so that I don't accidentally have it in my inventory once and have to reset. I actually did not get the diamond armor here, which... That's my typical pass, and I think we'll be fine with it. It's just a question of whether I want to have a protection against lightning for Blue D and for more armor in the Mirage Tower. I think we'll be fine. I don't think it really changes anything for this one. Alright, second floor here. So now we're going down to Kraken. We've done the mermaid section. And this is totally not overlapping. There are times that you're technically on the same floor, but they're discontiguous parts of the map. So this dungeon has only 5 floors from the perspective of encounters, but there's something like 9 or 10 floors in total when you're going up and down following these staircases along. And that's why it's important to know what floor you're on, because the encounter is always based on the floor number. Regardless of which copy of the floor that you're in or which part of the floor it is, it's always going to be consistent based on that number. And so if you think of Kraken as the first floor, and the second floor here, third floor is the middle one where you start, fourth floor going up, in the fifth floor mermaid floor. Whenever you're on like second floor or whenever you're on fourth floor, it'll all be consistent. In fact, here it tells you the number. So fourth floor is somewhere off to the side of where going up to the mermaids would take you. Who thinks this is the fight where we get Warmech on the bridge? Could we take Warmech? I think we might be able to take Warmech. It's not impossible. It would just be hard. Hopefully he would not ambush us. That would be bad. Go ahead and grab my Giant's Gloves. So now we got the buffing item for Ace to increase his fist power. Warmech is known to hide on the bridge. Every time I fought Warmech, it's been on the bridge. Hey Debo, welcome in. Hoping that one of my challenges would be to have no Dans. That is a very hard challenge. Going Danless is something to only be attempted by experts. Alright, so we should be able to give you ribbon here. Is there anything else I need to pass around? I think we should be good. I'm going to put Giant's Gloves up in the top. Keep Megalixir out of the way for right now. One Gershak, not worth it. Oh, what's my level? One Gershak would have been worth it. Didn't notice that I was not level 33 yet. That's gonna do it. We found a good encounter. This is like 2.2 Aguma's worth of experience, I think. Might be 2.1. I know it's a really good number. So hopefully this is enough to push me over to 33. I wasn't counting my level ups, and with Bill also being down by the Astos amount, might need another battle after this. Might be the one where we risk it on Kraken. If everybody else besides Bill's got the level, then we'll go fight Kraken. Now, we'll wander around. There's some good encounters here. Maybe we'll even enjoy lobster dinner. Normally I don't bother with the lobsters and sea snakes because they're not quite as good experience-wise as the Gersharks. Well, by a large amount, not good. But since we need experience, let's go ahead and Fundago away. Alright, there we go. I'm pretty sure everybody but Bill got the level. So we either get a really good battle here, or we get the XP on Kraken. Either one would work. Alright, everything looks good. Time to get our Ace at full efficiency. We are going to do some buffs, and Ace is going to be punching like a fool. Alright, so let's go. I'm going to have you heal our every round. Probably would have been good to have a Protera here, just so that Bill's got a more useful first round. Protera would make it so that everybody's damage went down slightly, and in the long run, that's a better start for the Kraken battle, or anything else that does a lot of damage over time. Whereas Healara, like, I got a little bit of healing on Ace, but it was not anything special. But where did I do that for carry? Yes. So the Volcano doesn't have anything at all for me. Like, I can't get anything useful there. So I want to have the Giant's Gloves first, and that way I can do as many bosses as possible with the buffs that I'm doing right here. Because I'm getting 3 buffs per round now that I've got Giant's Gloves instead of 2. My eye drops! I don't have any eye drops. We sold the eye drops. What are we going to do with no eye drops? I guess it's going to be time to punch. Let's see where Ace is at. He should be doing pretty good damage. I'm thinking this will be respectable hits. Punches get pretty good from the buffs. Does temper stack infinitely? No, there is a cap. Once you're at max attack power, which is 255, then you cannot get any more benefit from it. Does blind do anything in this version? It does decrease your accuracy, but it doesn't decrease your attacks per round as far as I know. So unless you happen to have an accuracy that's really borderline so that you miss some of your attacks, it's not going to be a big deal. Like early game, it probably does have an impact. But once you're past like ordeals, I bet you've got enough accuracy against most of the normal attacks or normal enemy defenses that you'll hit anyway. Like maybe the optional boss battles, they're going to have high enough stats that it makes a difference, but it shouldn't here. No, we're still 32. How close are we? 233 experience. I thought Kraken would be enough. We're gonna have to fight some trolls. Do not leave without Hilaga. Very important spell. There we go. I mean, I guess I could get Null Death or other things to keep the 4th party member alive during the chaos fight, but I think we'll be fine. So next up, we're going to do our slab quest, get that turned in so that we can do TMS dungeon. And we do carry last since there's no reason to go to Volcano at all until you're ready to clean it up. How was that not enough to kill this guy? We're going to punch him to death. I want to know how close that was. Pretty close. Big fan of the punching sound effect. It's a pretty good one. The machine gun punch is an interesting idea. And then there's some monsters that hit you once, but it still has the same machine gun sound, so it's like one hit. Excellent. We can now speak a completely made-up language. Dr. Un is just trying to get rid of us. He wants to sell the slab on the black market. Convinces us to hand it over, and I think he's working at a deal with Lufanians to pretend they can't understand us unless you have the special stamp of approval by Dr. Un there. Go ahead, Katacha. Alright, so we're going to get Dragon Armor, and we're going to get Aegis Shield, and the last ribbon in this base game part. So, I'm gonna try to run from these guys. It's not always easy to run from, but I think it'd be like 4 spells to kill them. The Tyros have a ton of hit points, and they don't have any elemental weaknesses, so they are not a good magic fight. This would be a fight that's no problem with weapons. 1 or 2 hits on the Tyro plus the spell, and he's going down. The Wyvern's like not a problem, but the Tyro is. Nice. Frostwoofed with the Frost Breath. And I don't have any ice resistance because that's usually pointless. We'll see if they pay for their mistakes. Oh, I hope they do. I hope they pay. Dan bringing the heat. Alright, so let's just keep everybody healed up. That wasn't a ton of damage. Like, even without elemental protections, the Frostwolves are not going to be that threatening now. You've got enough HP and defenses, and I think also in this version of the game they toned down the Frost Breath. NES it's 96 max, and I think it's like 64 max in the remakes. Alright, Lufanians, no toga parties. We don't have time for that stuff. Oh. No parties. There's my chime. So with that, we can get into Mirage Tower. I kind of wish these were swapped around so that the cube was the entrance to the tower and the chime was the entrance to the castle. Because having to do a big chunk of the Sea Shrine and getting the slab translated to get into Mirage Tower is a bit of a pain. If you just needed the waterfall, you wouldn't need to do any real backtracking. Like, there'd be a very tiny amount of overworld walking, which you could skip if you were doing the Sea Shrine on the way back from the waterfall. But there wouldn't be any overlap going through Onrak, going through the barrel scene, going through the first bit of the dungeon, and so on, for doing reverse boss order. I think Faragas should be enough to kill these guys. He's hit 5 attacks already. Huh. He's getting actually faster than I thought. I was expecting red wizards to have 5 attacks here, but not the fighter. That's really nice overall because it means that I need fewer speed drinks to get to be nice and burly for the boss battles. Like, I could be throwing speed drinks at Ace during the Fiend refights as well. I usually don't bother with stuff like this just because the difference between that extra round of buffing and not doing it is literally you might sometimes save a round of combat. It's not even guaranteed because it'll depend on how close he is to what the Fiend's life is like. So like once you get buffed up and you're doing less than half their life, it's going to be 3 hits anyway. Lufanian magic shops are not actually in Lufania for tax purposes. I was wondering why they were so far out there. That makes total sense though. If they're in like technically Melmond, and then that's why they have no taxes on spells there, they would save a bundle. So far, not many good fights. I would normally be picking up a little bit of experience here and there, more so than I'm getting right now, just from the random encounters. So I do need to be a little bit careful about what my ending levels are like. I want to be ideally like 36, 37, which is what I would typically have in a speedrun playthrough. This party might actually have less levels than a speedrun would for finishing off the game, which is really bizarre, but it's just kind of how it's working out so far. Go and kill this guy. He's tough to run from and he's weak to ice, so we have an easy way of getting this done in 1 round. Fight. And Blizzard. Didn't know the Gigas was in Final Fantasy 1. That's the originally called the Giant in the initial version of the NES version of the game. The Famicom version has it as Titan, I believe. But then they started standardizing on the term Gigas, which was otherwise, I think, not seen until Final Fantasy 2 for the first time. That kind of is unfortunate that I need to have somebody else attack during the Chimera fight. So that means 2 Blizzards plus Bill doing gauntlets, I guess, is going to be how we deal with Chimeras. We won't need to equip Aegis Shield quite yet. Aegis is going to get rid of my... Well, no, it's not, because I actually have 2 ice items. I was going to say it's going to get rid of my fire resistance, which means Chimeras and Cerberuses would do more damage to me. But I also got the Frost Armor. I just took like the 2 minutes to go grab it in the ice cave on the way through there. It's well worth the time if you're worried about spending a little bit longer time in the fights, which we are definitely doing because of the need to punch things. Sadly, only getting 2 in these formations. 2, 3, 4, or 5, equal odds of each, and those are actually truly equal odds. So 25% on the dot for all four possibilities. I usually look for a 4 or 5 pack for Vampires and Guards. Those are the lucrative ones to go and get the experience from. Each one is a half Agama, so 2 of them is 1 Agama, which is kind of marginal at this point. 4 of them is 2 Agamas, which is great, and then 5 of them, 2.5 Agamas worth of experience. So good getting that many Agamas in one place. Alright, level 34. I guess if I keep doing these small encounters, I will not have to worry about being behind on levels. Or moderate-sized encounters. 3 Chimeras is actually really good. 3 to 4 Chimeras is a formation in Temple of Fiends. Actually, I guess 2 to 4 Chimeras is. Because you also have the 1 to 2 Chimera plus 1 to 2 Chimera fight in there. 3 in this place is the max. So 1, 2, or 3 here. Damn, why are you so terrible at spell damage? You did decently at life, so you got the extra strong level compared to Cal. So you're doing good in HP totals, but your damage totals. You need to read a book or something. Make you smell smarter. Dan like T, steep learning curve. I mean, Cal's doing them. I guess it's kind of also a side effect of Cal doing really well for spell damage. Like, he's doing way more than a red wizard should be at this point. He's gotten very good intelligence scores, I'm guessing. Whereas Dan's like moderately below average for smartness here. Okay, there's my Dragon Mail. Let's go ahead, optimize you, take the defender off. Let's just throw that away. Get rid of that thing. We're never going to need it. Does a black belt master count as a weapon? Yes. So anybody that has to register their hands as deadly weapons is walking around with weapons at all times. That's just the rule of the game. So no black belts allowed in this challenge. Can you even equip a Black Belt or Master? I mean, I'm sure in the PSP version, you can equip anything. You want to equip a War Mech, you can probably do it. That Frogger would be easily enough to kill a vampire in NES, but they've been severely buffed here. I hope that Dan's is going to add to it. Good, okay, still enough. I guess they were killing them before and I didn't have to worry, so no reason to even count it out. What do I do with Blue D? I guess I'll buff Ace here. I'm debating about whether doing Faraga versus Haste and Temper. Let's do it this way. Surprising problem that I didn't think about. Go Giant's Glove, Hilaga, Haste, Temper. Did I watch the randomizer race earlier? No, I unfortunately didn't have enough time to watch it. These challenge runs are going to take up most of my time for pretty much this week, and then I'll be actually away for most of next week, so I'm going to be skipping a lot of things that I'm sure are going to be exciting to check in on when I get back. Okay, that does enough damage. Might not have needed the Giant's Gloves in addition to the Tempers. The Catmen. The Catmen of Kathmandu have caught us at the last instant. Well, there we go. Finished with Mirage Tower. I am not going to get the Bane Sword. We showed off the Bane Sword in the All Bosses challenge, and it was good. But you can only do that once. Like, that's just a feat that will not be topped. Okay, Cal taking poison in the face. We'll leave him poison for a little while. He needs to think about what he did. I guess just have... Ooh, Thundaga might be enough. I was going to say just have my normal combo of Bill and Cal here. But Thundaga now we've got more attack power than we had before, especially on Cal. So, like, watching randomizers, they're pretty fun. I watched a lot of Link to the Past randomizer on Speed Gaming. That's been a really good one overall that I recommend for people that are getting into randomizers. Dragon Warrior 1 Randomizer, another really good one that doesn't take a lot of game knowledge to kind of follow what's going along. With like Dragon Warrior 1, like everything's shuffled up sufficiently that you can follow it as a generic RPG, but the runner doesn't know where anything is, so they're not holding any knowledge over top of you. Let's try it. Ace could get petrified here, but that's a small price to pay. Actually, no, he can't. We're all immune. Never mind. We're fine. Everything's wonderful. There is nobody that is worried about these Gurmedusas right now. Except for the Gurmedusas, who are worried about this Faraga coming. I'm glad that's a preemptive. Much better than an ambush. Alright, there we go. 4th floor here. Let's go up and left. Up, up. Starting our lefts. 1 Vampire Lord. Well, hopefully you don't get the Null Blaze up. Poor choice. A poor choice by the Vampire Lord to not protect himself from fire. This is gonna hurt. There he goes. Okay, the extra battles I did probably have made up for that difference in experience, so we should be good on XP for the rest of the game. I'll do my normal fighting style in terms of Temple of Fiends, running from most encounters. There's a couple that are unrunnable or just faster to fight than it is to run from them. But I think we should hit level 36 without a problem. Maybe 37. Did we get a Warmech? Is this a Warmech? It's not a Warmech. Do I need to do anything here? We should be good. I'm going to save up. We're going to go do the Tiamat fight. This is going to go fairly standardly for it. I will do some extra Hilagas to try to stay safe in here. We got the Giant's Gloves working. Those need 2 extra rounds to cook. Maybe 1 if you also count the Tempers on top. But then it'll be time for the punching. And it'll be good. Okay, Thunderbolt, this is why you want to heal up, because otherwise the red wizards actually have a hard time. I mean, even the white wizard would have a hard time staying alive there. I think the fighter would be okay, but it'd be pretty risky to leave him on his own. Alright, Cal. Hopefully it was delicious. 1 Cal-sized snack for Tiamat. We'll see where Ace is after those 2 rounds of buffs. I think he should be fine here. As in, close to one-shotting the boss. Oh, no, he's not fine. Okay, so we need another round. Never mind. So this will put him at probably 1,000 to 1,200. This round, if he gets the Tempers first, should put him like 1,800, which is what I thought he would be at. Oh, he only did 2 rounds of Giant's Glove, so that's more reasonable. I thought I had done 3, which would be 1 extra compared to normal. And this is our last Hilaga, so hopefully this is also the last hit of the round. I think we got it. I think we've got it. There goes Tiamat. So 3 of our fiends down. We're going to do a really, really fast Gurgu Volcano. Carrie is not going to like what's going to happen. And for people that missed it earlier, the reason I didn't do Volcano is because there's nothing I can pick up there. And with this party not having very good attacks, it's actually pretty slow to get the carry fight done. Now that I got the Giant's Gloves, and I've got plenty of Hilagas, I can get through that fight much faster. So it'll be pretty much the same as you see normally, but with me doing 2 extra rounds of buffs. Go ahead, hit the exit. You do have to touch these exits. It does not count to just warp out of the dungeon. I don't know why they were a stickler for it. It's kind of tied to the... I mean, it was true in NES as well. The shrines, when you go and actually touch those and have the big shaking when the screen is vibrating around and the big overlay going up there, that's when like all of the credits going into advance the storyline along. Pancakes. I was hoping for like a really fast Gurky Volcano and maybe like a super fast Temple of Fiends to get like right around a 4:30. I think it might still be possible to get it in 4.5 hours, but we do need very lucky dungeons. It'll take me a little bit longer than normal for the Temple of Fiends trip with the extra buffs I have to do. And usually that's like 24-25 minutes total. No, giants. These guys are so slow. You could run from them easily back at Earth Cave. And it took us 6 tries. My favorite floor because it's entirely on fire. One Cerberus. This is ambiguously unrunnable. We're going to go ahead and Blizzara him. There we go. Maybe we'll get lucky and have a random Agama encounter. Alright, so this one's definitely runnable because we got a preemptive. If you see a preemptive or an ambush, you know that it's runnable because an unrunnable fight will always start as a neutral battle. Fire hydrant. Come on, get away. Environmental. This guy's unrunnable. Ooh. Oh, we'll try Blizzara. Trying to think about whether it's better to Blizzara him or to go for Temper Haste. I think Blizzara is going to work faster thanks to their weakness. Yeah, it will. That's another unrunnable encounter there. Alright, so you are good. Let's do carry. Our fourth and final fiend tonight is played by the role of Marilith. Heal like every round. This should be a lot faster than Tiamat, so I can afford to heal Aga here and have no worries about running out. Actually, I'm probably wasting my time with Hilagas. Fire 2 is not a threat at this point. Everybody's got fire resistance. Our physical defense is a little bit better than normal, so you do have a lower chance of carry one-shotting the red mages. Oh, she shouldn't one-shot them, but taking him down to critical. Just hoping the tempers would go off. Could have been a one-shot if we had the tempers in the right order. See if anybody can get the kill here from Ace. So fight, 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 fight. Punch away. 5 hits. That was not enough. Another 5 hits. Still not enough. 12 hits. That's plenty. So we should be going into Temple of Fiends under 4 hours. Still a good pace. For no weapons. I mean, it took me 24 minutes to beat Garland. It was probably like an hour plus to get to Astos. Like there was definitely a lot of pain in the early game, but it's going by pretty smoothly now. Still don't know where the name Carrie came from. I'm thinking Callie, and then Callie turned into Carrie for the translation, but it was always Merilith in Famicom Japanese version. So they had to come up with something alternative because that's one where they just didn't think anybody would know what it meant. And so where they came up with Carrie, I think Callie was the route through there, but I don't know if that was suggested by the Japanese side and then translated or what happened to make it turn into Carrie as a name. Where's my cottage? There it is. Alright, so let's go fix up items, ethers, Gigantic Speed Drink, Antidotes, Phoenix Downs, I don't need Golden Needle, everything else here. Well, Mega Elixir's pretty good. Maybe I'll have Defender up there, but we shouldn't need much. I've got a Mega Elixir for the 15 puzzle, and I got 2 elixirs for the 15 puzzle as well, so we are stacked on recovery. I don't need to pick up the elixir in Phantom's room at all. Good floor. No frosties. No frosties. No whammies. No. That was a frosty. With their speed as well as... Well, I mean, I guess we could double Faraga them. It's really just their speed that's the problem. And Cal would take full damage from the frost attack. So it would be very, very tough for him to not need like a full... Kuraga every single time we had one of those fights. I'm not doing purple worms with my bare hands. That's a battle which is a not bad battle if you got like Excalibur or Masamune, but Defender is 2 hits and bare hands is a lot more. They also have like no weaknesses for magic, so they would be very tough to take down with spells. Missing out on some experience as a result. So that's going to be maybe pushing us back towards that 36 number. Should I maybe do... Where'd my gauntlets go? There they are. Wish I had Blizzaga. That would require going up to Guy again. I think you can actually get Blizzaga with the Road Wizard at this point. It doesn't require like ridiculously high levels. Oh, and Cal still has the ribbon on, so he would not have taken extra damage from the Frosties. My mistake. There's one down. Come on, Ace. Go for the punch. Punch the dragon to death. That's not as fun. And yeah, that's not worth doing. Don't do those. Just reset if you see green dragons. Gas dragons in NES land. 8 bad men we can get away from. Assuming that the run goes early in the round, that's not a bad encounter. That's a bad encounter. The worst of encounters. Have I done a no weapons run on NES? I mean, I've done a 4 black belt run with no weapons. That's actually not as bad as you think. 4 black belts, I mean, you would want to use weapons because the first couple levels, they don't actually get much benefit from their fists. It's not until you're in the teens that the black belts really take over. But 4 black belts, you don't have anything else to do besides punch anyway. So you just punch, 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 punch. You might have some potions and you drink them every once in a while. A no fight command run. I think it'd just be really tedious. I think you could potentially do it. Like, I want to say you do kill early game monsters fast enough with your spells to earn enough money to go stay at the end to get more spell charges. Or MP, depending on the version that you're playing. But it's not much more, so it would probably add at least 2 hours to the early game. And for the late game, without the ability to fight on the bosses, you would need like maybe 5 to 10 more levels and a lot more times in the boss battles. Quit blazing me, we're just trying to run. Quadruple run failure. I know these guys are fast. We should be able to get away at this level. I really want to do this floor without saving because almost all the encounters are fairly easy to go and kill or run from. I might have to abandon this. This floor is not worth it. It's going to give me junky encounters. I mean, the zombie Ds are not bad. If I wanted Mega Elixirs, which in most runs I do, you want to see zombie Ds show up so that you have a chance at the drops. But I'm not dealing with encounters every step of the way. I've got better things to do on this. Like, go beat up Lich. Go find some Agamas. Maybe we'll find a ton of Agamas on Carrie's floor and we can all celebrate. Good hit. Mostly ineffective at this point for pretty much everything that you see. There are a couple of encounters, which are generally the new stuff, like the purple worms, the large packs of frost dragons that you still have to kind of worry about. But assuming that you're sufficiently prepared for chaos, it should be rather easy to grind here in Temple of Fiends, and the experience is phenomenal. Wow, Ace doing 109 with a punch. He's been working out. What party would you recommend for a no-fight command on PSP? If you're doing the equipment glitch, then Thieves would be great. A white mage, a black mage, maybe. What about a no spells run? The easiest version to do that on is NES, and that's because you can really get away without spell damage if you get a couple extra levels, but those levels would be a while to obtain. If without the cure spells, you probably want to have maybe 3 or 4 levels higher for Temple of Fiends. You gotta do a whole bunch of work with the heal staff and heal helmets to keep your HP up. 99 heal potions with no cure spells is tough. Especially with no fast either, making the fiend fights longer. We'll try to get the purple worm. When's All Thieves NES? I did All Thieves PlayStation. That's my All Thieves quota. It's been met. I've shown off how to do All Thieves. Surprised that's only 2 rounds. That's actually not bad. I was thinking those guys would be way tougher with the base damage by your fists. I guess they don't have a lot of physical defense. They just have a lot of HP. So that makes it hard to kill them with spells, but not so much to stack up damage. Alright, Lich's floor. Will we find anything interesting here? I'm thinking we're going to survive the nuke. You have way less damage on average if you look at the nuke scores than previous versions. Like, I've been noticing it's like 260 to 280 for like the typical range for it. So you really shouldn't worry at all about it. That's something I used to kind of consider for like PlayStation and GBA. Like NES could go up to 400. You've got a legitimate fear of nuke killing off what you would be at for HP wise in most playthroughs with these red wizards. 408 there is actually decent for Dan. 375 with Cal, atypical because we actually kept him alive during the ice cave. If you kill Cal off, or you kill your 4th party member off during ice cave, then they're probably going to have like 250, 300 here. They're going to be way behind. But it's still enough usually to survive Flare. No. All these Earthmentals, unrunnable encounter. That's not worth a lot of experience. If it was worth a ton of experience, if it was 4 Agamas, I would stop and at least pet the Agamas before moving on. Alright, go ahead and put Ribbon on Ace, and let's do it. So you need Giant's Gloves. I'll wait for him to heal, for Flare first. About to say Faraga, but no, it's a little bit more powerful than that. Ribbon's on Ace because otherwise Lich does have a variety of time magic spells that are instant death or paralyzation, and you kind of need Ace to do some damage here. I guess you could technically do this with anybody, but Ace has a good strength score and a good number of attacks per round. I mean, when you get down to it, Dan might actually be better than Ace at punching things by a little bit, depending on if he can get to a 6th attack before Ace does. Almost the nukeless barehanded Lich. That would have been a solid Lich effort, but alas, not quite fast enough. If we had waited for those temper spells, I don't think it would have worked out, but it would have been close. Okay, stop. So this could knock Cal down. Does not though. Still didn't wait for the temper spells. Yeah, I guess if he's got what, 2,400 or so, you're not going to be able to temper up in 2 rounds with your bare hands. If you had Excalibur, 2 rounds would be enough. But you're just starting with enough of a deficit with the fist that it takes more time. There we go, 1 refight down. Is reject classes tomorrow? Yes, reject classes will be tomorrow, assuming it's the next one on the list, which it looks like it is. Alright, carry time. Going right in. We don't have time for healing. Gotta keep going. Maybe you want to put the ribbon back on Cal, but he might not survive the fight even with ribbon, so best not worth worrying about him. Okay, 2 rounds of buffs. I probably want to do 3 here for the fist for the rest of the fiends. Maybe 4 on Tiamat. Let's try it out, though. Actually, no. Let's do 1 more. Then we'll go into punching. Important to have proper form when punching. Punch from the waist. Good closed fist. Avoid hitting Dan's. There's temper, temper, and we'll go ahead and switch you over. I think it's still worthwhile to drop the tempers just to see what the order is like. 2 damage. Let's see what Ace does. 1690. Okay, yep. Other temper is going to help. If you're under 2,000, then you're not doing enough. That's under 2,000. He could do more. Yeah, maybe 1,700 is pretty close to max there. I guess he's only got 12 attacks instead of the normal 16 at this point. That would explain a little bit of the difference in terms of damage per round. 12 attacks. It was up 255, and then carry 70 resist? Somewhere around there. Let's say it's 180 damage, and then 12 hits. It's like 2,100 if it was maxed out, and it's not going to be maxed. It's going to have a variance around it, so that's probably reasonable. And still with the crummy intelligence stat. Did Cal get like some kind of bonus item when I wasn't looking? Like, how is he doing this much better than Dan on intelligence? Like, he's doubled him up in damage. Ooh, nice. Okay, we'll have 37. We got a lot of unrunnable encounters. We had like, what, 4 Earth Mental encounters? The Water Mental encounters. More Water Mentals. I guess if we can't quite kill them with Zara's, we're going to do that. Thunder is not going to be nearly as effective as Ice is, but Bill does have better intelligence. Bill's intelligence should be pretty much the same as Cal's right here. So this will do probably 60% of the damage of Cal's Blizzara. Game knows it's not a real light warrior doing it. Oh. Dan tries. He tries his best. Just because his best is not good enough doesn't mean that you should make fun of him. Alright, I think I should heal up here before Kraken. We're running a little bit low on MP on that White Wizard, so we might have a problem with Healagas if I didn't do Ethers here. Everything else should be pretty straightforward though. Very normal Kraken fight incoming. No concerns, no problems. Good start. 217 is really good. That would have been Way higher on the red wizards. That probably would have been in the 500s. Might have killed the white wizard. Definitely would have killed the red wizards. Another good hit. That one, Dan might have survived that one. Like, you can kind of roughly do it because there's 8 attacks per round, and the armor score difference between the fighter and the red wizard is just going to be multiplied by 8. And that's no RNG involved. You're seeing what the effect is after subtracting it off. So that is something where it's really easy to predict what it would have been on somebody else. Like if it's 12 armor difference, it would have been 96 more damage. In this case, it is going to be like 29 armor difference. So that would have been 232 more damage on the other people. Kraken does not like Ace. I don't know how to explain it. But we'll be at max damage here once we get these tempers in, if we're not already. Kraken does have more defense than carry, so the maximum possible damage that you can do, even with full buffs, is going to be lower on this one. Okay, we got up to 1700, so that's probably the max. There goes Cal. A valiant effort. Also a valiant effort by Dan. There goes Dan. There goes Kraken. And we got eye drops. Finally. Finally we could make it through the rest of the dungeon with the eye drops obtained. I've been looking the entire game for those things. Isn't there a spell that lowers enemies' defense? There's a spell that lowers enemies' evasion. That was one of the spells that was broken in the NES version that actually did the reverse of what it was supposed to do, so it actually made it harder to hit the enemies. Good stuff. It does work correctly in this version, but since you have to land it, and that's a bit of a challenge in most cases against tough enemies like bosses, it's just not at all worth it. I don't think I put the ribbon back on Cal. That could go badly for him. We'll see if Cal gets baned. Ace gets munched. I don't think Ace is nearly as delicious as the Red Wizard is. No fiber from the hat either. Okay, 2 buffs. Team at 2 is the one where you might consider throwing speed drinks in this situation. I think we don't really need it because it's just going to save me 1 round at most. But Team at 2's got much higher defense than the previous bosses have, so you're going to cap out lower overall. And that means probably 5 rounds of attacks here with the number of attacks per round that I have. Yeah. Dan's still up. Dan's the trooper. Barely a scratch on him. All right, that's pretty good. I was hopeful. I was hoping Dan could do it. A little bit too far away, though. But he is punching Team out from across the entire room, so probably not able to connect those punches. Oh, see you later. Ooh, Cal. Cal sticking it. There we go. Beans are down. One more battle. One more battle, and we will have punched out everybody in this entire game. Two steps away, and it's purple worms, an unrunnable encounter. All right, well, you guys are gonna get ace buffed here, and then it'll be 3 rounds to kill this. 3 rounds I'm losing. Maybe we'll get a level out of it. This is like the worst possible thing. Oh, not the worst possible. The worst possible would be 4 purple worms. Or maybe, oh no, this would be worse than iron golems, because iron golems would be only 2 of them at most in the formation. Magic not really helpful here because of the very high HP that these guys have. They don't have a lot of defense, so like you can see even the white mage doing some damage there, but not worth buffing up anybody else in this point. Might not have been worth doing the Giant's Glove on Ace. Like maybe if he had just gotten a haste and temper and we got good turn order, he could have done it in 2 rounds. And the rest of them could have finished off that first purple worm, like, probably would have been about 100 damage away. So, definitely within striking distance. Alright, here we go. Let us get ready. To punch out chaos. Is black magic not allowed? No, we just can't use weapons. No weapons. Didn't have weapons for Garland. Didn't have weapons for Astos. No weapons for the wizards. No weapons in the ice cave. No weapons in the volcano. No weapons here, of course. Alright, here we go. So we're going to start... Your health is actually pretty good. So let's Giant's Tonic this way. Have you 2 Giant's Tonics yourselves. Cal, the survivor. The survivor. Chaos not so good at punching, it turns out. Alright, let's go ahead, throw another Giant's Tonic on you. Hilaga, Giant's Tonic yourself. You're gonna Giant's Tonic. Actually, you can start doing Giant's Gloves at this point. Cal can't quite take that one. Not quite tough enough for another one, but that was good. 2 punches by Chaos, and Cal sucked at the blows. Now, we are missing out on some opportunities for a 4th action per round, and it's unfortunate. Like, it goes much faster if you have that second red wizard doing buffs on your fighter, because you can last a surprising amount of time. Go ahead, haste. $700, I think you're still okay for right now. Gonna do a little bit of a weird strategy. I'm gonna have Dan throw speed drinks right away instead of tempering. That's because Ace is gonna do a bunch more Giant's Gloves than normal. we need to get a ton of attacks per round. It's just going to take longer to get those buffs up. So we don't actually need the temper because the Giant's Glove is going to do enough of the attack power to get us hopefully close to max. Why not use a monk for this run? Because a black belt is cheating. He's got deadly fists, registered weapons at all times. He can't take them off. This has to be a weaponless run. Chaos is punching us too, so he's getting into the swing of it. Like, Chaos understands. Sometimes you just gotta punch people over and over again. Alright, I'm gonna throw the elixir rather than Mega Elixir. That way I've got an emergency Mega Elixir if I need it. Just trying to attack, see how we're doing for damage. Good damage, okay. So that would be 6 more attacks. Where'd my speed drinks go? There they are. We can get faster, though. I think we can get faster. A little bit less than 6,000 damage so far. Ah, I got a fast haste again. Oh, it missed. Good. Nice. Excellent. 9,000 damage. Is that 24 hits with each fist or 12 on each? I think it is 23 hits with the right fist and 1 with the left. He's not good with the left hand. Okay, staying away from spells, so we don't really have a fear of Kiraja here. I think he's done 2 spells so far. So the next one's going to be Thundaga, then Kiraja would be after it. That's actually a swap from NES, which did Blizzaga, Thundaga, Slowra, and then Kiraja. I don't know why they flipped them around. I feel like the order could be justified either way. Like, there's not like a strong reason that you would do one before the other. Have I ever tried a no armor run? I don't think so. I mean, this is the first time I've tried no weapons on GBA. There's a lot of things that are challenges that you probably have never seen anybody do because very few people have even thought about them. So we're doing challenge week. There we go. 430.55. Easy. No weapons.